Chapter 1798. Send me on my way, Qin Feiyang murmured. Just as the blood Kirin was about to attack him, Qin Feiyang used the walk formula to dodge it. The blood Kirin was furious. Why was he so fast? This was not the first time that Qin Feiyang had used the walk formula to dodge its fatal attack. The demon ancestor had told it about the power of the walk formula, but it did not seem to be this powerful. The last time I fought with Zhuge Mingyang, I was only a false god. At that time, I could not use the power of the walk formula at all, because the walk formula needs to be supported by divine power. So, after I broke through to the war god realm, the power of the walk formula is not the same as before. Although your cultivation is higher than mine, you can't keep up with my speed. This is the power of the godly art. Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin frowned and said, So, as long as you have the walk formula, you will be invincible? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. I see. It seems that killing you is not as easy as I thought. But you must die today. The blood Kirin raised its head and roared. The blood in its body surged and turned into blood-red flames. It roared, Don't dodge if you dare. After he finished saying those words, the flames began to surge toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. This was the Kirin's divine flame. It had a terrifying lethality. As you wish, Qin Feiyang said lightly. Boom. All of a sudden, his aura soared. In the next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qin Feiyang's cultivation soared to the war god realm. This is, Second Grandpa and the others were surprised. Rising Dragon Formula. Lu Jing said word by word. Rising Dragon Formula? Second Grandpa was stunned and said, I have heard of this Rising Dragon Formula. It is only a battle formula, right? There was a huge difference between a battle formula and a divine formula. Although he could still use battle arts after breaking through to the divine battle realm, their power would not be as strong as before. Take the Dragon Ascension Incantation as an example. When one's cultivation level was still at the Battle Sage or Battle Emperor realm, it could increase one's cultivation level by a small realm after activating it. However, once he broke through to the Divine War God realm, the amplification effect would be greatly reduced. In other words, it was definitely impossible. It was still the same as before, enough to increase a small cultivation realm. It was indeed a battle art in the past. But when he broke through to the war god level, Little Cousin evolved the soaring dragon technique into a deity technique. Lu Jing smiled. I see. Second Grandpa suddenly understood. If it was a deity incantation, then there was nothing to say. Jing, this should be the trump card you were talking about, right? It is indeed quite terrifying. Third Grandpa smiled. There were many battle arts that could increase one's cultivation in this world. However, deity arts that could increase one's cultivation were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He didn't know about other places. However, in the Great Qin Empire, he had never encountered a divine technique that could increase one's cultivation. No. Lu Jing shook his head. Third Grandpa was stunned. This answer was completely out of his expectations. This wasn't a trump card? High up in the sky. Seeing Qin Feiyang's cultivation soar to the level of a beginner war god, the blood Kirin was dumbfounded. It had never expected Qin Feiyang to have such a terrifying trump card. Originally, I wanted to use the soaring dragon technique when I fought with the demon ancestor to give him a surprise. But I didn't expect you to be so strong. So, even if you die, you can die without regrets. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and an invisible force surged out and pounced on the blood Kirin's divine flame. Boom. When he had just become a war god, he could already compete with the blood Kirin, let alone now. The blood Kirin's divine flame was instantly extinguished. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang used the movement formula again. The blood Kirin couldn't react to that terrifying speed at all. Boom. Qin Feiyang landed behind the blood Kirin and punched the blood Kirin's back with the power of the dragon. With a wail, the blood Kirin was sent flying. Although the Kirin's armor protected its body, several of the divine bones on its back were shattered. Kid, you are finished. You are completely finished. You will end up in a miserable state. The blood Kirin stabilized its body and roared like thunder. A gigantic beast shadow rose from its back. Immediately, a monstrous ferocious aura enveloped the area. That beast shadow was also a blood Kirin. Its entire body was blood red. But the difference was that the beast shadow's aura was several times more terrifying than the blood Kirin's. Moreover, in the middle of the beast shadow's eyebrows, there was a palm-sized divine flame pattern. The pattern was blood red, like a blood lotus. Qin Feiyang was stunned as he stared at the divine flame pattern. His eyes were full of surprise. He was no stranger to this divine flame pattern. When he fought with the fire dragon's fighting soul had the same divine flame pattern in the middle of its eyebrows. According to Yu Huang, that was the ancestral dragon fighting soul. The so-called ancestral dragon was the first divine dragon born between heaven and earth. For example, the fire dragon, the water dragon, the gold dragon, the ice dragon, etc. In other words, these ancestral dragons were the ancestors of various divine dragons. At this moment, the two patterns were exactly the same. The only difference was the color. The fire dragon's ancestral dragon fighting soul had a fiery red divine flame pattern. The blood Kirin's fighting soul had a blood red divine flame pattern. What did this mean? It meant that the blood Kirin's fighting soul was most likely the ancestral Kirin's fighting soul. The blood Kirin laughed and said, "Looking at your eyes, it seems that you already know what fighting soul this is." Ancestral Kirin. Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Despair." The blood Kirin laughed loudly. The ancestral Kirin fighting soul roared and pounced on Qin Feiyang. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel frightened by that terrifying aura. Ancestral Kirin. Fighting soul. Although it is very strong, it is useless against my little cousin. Lu Zheng laughed mockingly. What? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the purple gold dragon's soul roared out. "It is useless." The blood Kirin laughed maniacally. "If you had personally witnessed the battle between me and Zhuge Mingyang, you would definitely not have activated your fighting soul in front of me. And you would not have said the word useless." Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" The blood Kirin raised his eyebrows. "You will understand soon." Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly and opened his eye of heaven. What? Immediately, above Qin Feiyang's head, an ancestral Kirin fighting soul appeared. The aura it exuded was no weaker than the blood Kirin's fighting soul. What is going on? The blood Kirin was stunned. Qin Feiyang had also activated the ancestral Kirin fighting soul? Boom! The two fighting souls attacked each other. Their powers were on par. Finally, accompanied by two wails, the two fighting souls disintegrated at the same time. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." The blood Kirin shook its head. "Nothing is impossible in this world. Your powers are indeed terrifying. But compared to me, you are still far from it. You should be the one in despair." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his 3,000 clones appeared. 500 statues appeared out of thin air. Previously, he could not break the seal on the Kirin armor because his cultivation was not high enough. But now, he was also a beginner war god and was very confident. Clang. As he waved his hand, the 500 statues shook the sky and charged towards the blood Kirin. "Shatter all of them." The blood Kirin roared angrily and jumped up, punching the statues. However, although the blood Kirin was not afraid, the Kirin armor on its body was afraid of Qin Feiyang at this moment. Clang. Just as the blood Kirin and the statues collided, the Kirin armor took the initiative to fall off the blood Kirin. Just like the sky demon flag, it retreated. The blood Kirin had never expected this turn of events and its expression changed drastically. Without the protection of the Kirin armor, how could it fight? Immediately, it also wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Clang! The blood Kirin's claws and the broken sword collided. The statues were unharmed. The broken sword was also unharmed. However, the blood Kirin's claws were shattered on the spot and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Its enormous body was sent flying by the strike. With just one strike, the blood Kirin was severely injured. However, Qin Feiyang did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the Kirin armor. The Kirin armor was a supreme-grade divine artifact and had its own consciousness. When it saw Qin Feiyang's gaze lock onto it, it immediately fled into the sky. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and used the walk-word technique. He stepped in front of the Kirin armor and said, "Do you think I will let you slip away like the sky demon flag? Now, you only have one choice, and that is to submit to me." As he spoke, the 500 divine statues also arrived and surrounded the Qilin's armor. The terrifying sharpness made the Kirin armor despair. It floated in the void and kept trembling. It was afraid. "I will count to 3. If you do not submit, you will be crushed." 3, 2, 1. Qin Feiyang shouted. The Kirin armor flew in front of Qin Feiyang in fear and sent out a wave of emotions to submit. "Not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction. "Damn it." Seeing this scene, the Blood Kirin was so angry that it almost went crazy. The Kirin armor's betrayal made it lose the courage to continue fighting. It turned around and fled in panic. Qin Feiyang ignored it. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of purple gold dragon blood onto the Kirin armor. However, unexpectedly, the Kirin armor did not absorb the purple gold dragon blood. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It couldn't bind with blood." Emperor Hong shouted, "Feiyang, don't worry about it. Go after the Blood Kirin." Qin Feiyang glanced at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin had already rushed 10,000 miles away and was opening a portal to escape. "It can't escape." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He sent the Kirin armor to the Black Tortoise world first, and then used teleportation and the walk character art at the same time. His speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the portal, his aura roaring with destruction. There was no need for him to do anything. The portal was shattered. Damn it. The Blood Kirin was shocked and angry. This speed was too ridiculously fast. Rumble. Clang. The 500 incarnations also brought the 500 idols with them to attack. Seeing this, the Blood Kirin's eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang, who had activated the soaring dragon art, was too strong. If the Kirin armor was here, it would have dared to fight. But now, the Kirin armor had betrayed it. With its own strength, it was not confident. Genius memorized this site's address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1799. The 500 doppelgangers arrived and surrounded the Blood Kirin. The 500 doppelgangers moved toward the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin quickly said, "Qin Feiyang, let's talk." The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth pursed into a mocking smile as he said indifferently, "Can you hand over the true god physique now?" The Blood Kirin said, "Will you let me go if I give you the true god body? Do you really think you have what it takes to negotiate with me?" Qin Feiyang said. His eyes looked cold. The Blood Kirin's pupils shrank. Then, it rolled its eyes and laughed coldly. "What do you think will happen if I blow myself up here?" "Blow yourself up?" Qin Feiyang froze. He laughed and said, "If you were willing to blow yourself up, why are you talking so much crap to me?" The Blood Kirin was annoyed. It had wanted to scare Qin Feiyang and run away. But Qin Feiyang hadn't fallen for it. Not bad. Blowing himself up was suicide. A Kirin like it was a low-level war god. Its life was more important than anything else. Why would it blow itself up? Qin Feiyang said, "I'll say it one last time. Give me the true god body." The Blood Kirin roared, "No way. Just kill me." "Okay, I'll help you." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and pulled out an axe. He twisted the axe and swung it toward the Blood Kirin's forehead. Don't. The Blood Kirin was shocked. It quickly said, "Can you give me a chance? I can work for you." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He spun his arm and swung the axe at the Blood Kirin's belly. The Blood Kirin screamed as its sea of qi shattered. This time, Qin Feiyang was completely at ease. That was right. His goal wasn't to kill the Blood Kirin, but to destroy its sea of qi. If the Blood Kirin's sea of qi was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to blow itself up. Now, the Blood Kirin realized what had happened. It shouted, You dirty bastard. Qin Feiyang said, in terms of despicableness, I'm still far inferior to the fiend ancestor. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. This is, looking at the slave mark, the blood Kirin was terrified. However, with its Qi crippled and its cultivation crippled, it had no strength to resist at all. It could only watch as the slave seal sank into its head. The blood Kirin screamed. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with astonishment. After the slave mark entered the blood Kirin's mind, he immediately sensed that there was another mark inside the blood Kirin's body. It was the blood soul technique. Boom. The slave mark was overbearing. It shattered the blood soul spell and took control of the blood Kirin. After controlling the blood Kirin, Qin Feiyang frowned. I thought you were willing to work for Demon Alpha? Tisk. How could a Qilin divine beast like this emperor be willing to work for you humans? The blood Kirin looked at him with disdain. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood Kirin grunted coldly. Don't think that just because you used the slave mark to control me, I will listen to you. Qin Feiyang said, it's not up to you to listen or not. After that, he raised his hands again and formed a seal. Soon, another mark appeared. It was a puppet mark. What is this? The blood Kirin was shocked. This is a puppet skill. It is a secret control skill that I found in a godly site. This technique can forcibly read your memories and completely strip you of your consciousness, turning you into a puppet. Then, no matter what I ask you to do, you will do it. Qin Feiyang said. When the blood Kirin heard this, it was terrified. If it really became a puppet, it would be pointless to live. No. Isn't it just a true god body? I will give it to you. We can talk about this. The blood Kirin said anxiously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He dispersed the puppet mark and said, okay, let me ask you now. Where is the lair of the demon ancestor? The blood Kirin did not dare to hide it anymore. It said truthfully, he is in the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation, a place called Demon Dragon Island. Demon Dragon Island, Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, can I teleport there directly? Demon Dragon Island was once a forbidden area of the Sea of Reincarnation. Not only can you not teleport, but you can also block the search of divine sense. Even Mu Qing's all-seeing eye could not detect the situation of Demon Dragon Island. If you want to enter Demon Island, you can only fly in. The blood Kirin said. Forbidden area, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, how long do I have to fly? The blood Kirin said, it only takes half an hour for a war god of small success stage. However, even if you enter Demon Dragon Island, you may not be able to find the demon ancestor. But Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because Demon Dragon Island is too big. I reckon that even 2 imperial capitals combined cannot compare to it. The blood Kirin said. So big? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although I know where the demon ancestor is hiding, he must have expected that I have fallen into your hands after you broke the blood soul technique. With his cautious personality, he must have moved by now. In other words, even if I take you there now, you will not be able to see him. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang frowned. At this moment, Old Man Qin and the others returned. Seeing that the blood Kirin was surrounded by Qin Feiyang's clones, the 4 of them immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the blood Kirin is already under my control. Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai were stunned, but they were not surprised. Because they all knew Qin Feiyang's current strength. However, Fourth Grandpa was quite surprised. He could even suppress the Kirin, which was a low-level god of war. What kind of skills did this kid have? Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them and asked, did you catch up with the water Kirin and the ink Kirin? Old Man Qin shook his head. Everything is expected. Qin Feiyang sighed. Once the portal was opened, there was no way to track it. Because only the person who opened the portal knew where they would be teleported to. It was even possible that when the water Kirin and the ink Kirin opened the portal, they did not go to the reincarnation sea to prevent being chased. Taking a step back, Even if the water Kirin and the ink Kirin did go to the reincarnation sea, it was too big. However, the sea of reincarnation was too big. Without knowing in advance, who knew where they would be teleported to? What should we do? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Dai looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and frowned. Young master, the blood Kirin must know everything. Didn't you ask him? I did, but Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Blood soul technique? Transfer? Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that it was not easy to find the demon ancestor. But in the current situation, they had to find the demon ancestor as soon as possible and stop him from merging with the divine body. Otherwise, when he completely merged with the divine body, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. They might even lose the battle. After all, when they sealed the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Tianjun, and Qin Batian worked together. One could imagine how terrifying this person's strength was. Fourth Grandpa suddenly said, if he really left the Demon Dragon Island, I have a way to find his whereabouts. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa said, the Lu family has a divine artifact called the Sky Stealing Mirror. Like the Sky Eye, it has the ability to spy on everything. Then let's try it. Zhao Talai urged. Fourth Grandpa looked down at Second Grandpa in the barrier and said, Second brother, let them revive the Sky Stealing Mirror. Second Grandpa nodded and instantly disappeared. At this time, Emperor Hong also flew over with the Emperor and the others, holding Yan Nanshan's body in his hand. Looking at Yan Nanshan, Qin Feiyang's body suddenly emitted a monstrous murderous aura. The blood Kirin next to him immediately showed a strong sense of uneasiness. Yan Nanshan's death was caused by it. Qin Feiyang probably wouldn't let him go easily. Emperor Hong sighed and said, Feiyang, the dead can't be resurrected. Find a place and bury him. Because one day he will be resurrected. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Resurrected? Emperor Hong was stunned and said in surprise, do you want to? Qin Feiyang nodded. I won't allow it. Emperor Hong said resolutely. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang use the fourth move of the Dragon God art in the Black Tortoise realm with his own eyes, he already knew the whole process from Zhuge. And as the son of Emperor Qin, he also knew the price to pay to open the fourth move of the Gate of Rebirth. So, he would not allow Qin Feiyang to do such a thing. Opening the Gate of Rebirth was simply an act of suicide. Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Nanshan's face, was silent for a while, then raised his head to look at Emperor Hong and laughed. Great-grandfather, don't worry, before I get rid of Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang, I won't do that. Even after we get rid of Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang, I won't allow you to do that. Emperor Hong said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and brought Yan Nanshan's corpse into the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing this, the blood Kirin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had temporarily saved his life. Grandfather, what were you and Feiyang talking about just now? It seems to be very serious. The Emperor looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. Emperor Hong sighed. You probably don't know about the fourth move of the Dragon God art, right? The Emperor shook his head. Ever since Emperor Qin left, the Dragon God art had never appeared again, and because the fourth move was too terrifying, there were no records of it left behind in the Imperial Palace. As a result, other than Emperor Hong, who was the son of Emperor Qin, no one else in the Qin clan knew what the fourth move of the Dragon God art was. This fourth move is called the Gate of Rebirth. Emperor Hong sighed deeply and slowly explained the profound meaning of the Gate of Rebirth. Black Tortoise Realm. Devil's Land, above the medicine field. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air with Yan Nanshan in his arms. Below, the Qilin armor floated in the air. The 9 great beast emperors surrounded the Qilin armor and looked at it curiously. They were all wondering what kind of holy artifact was this, to have such a terrifying aura? What are you doing? Qin Feiyang frowned. Young lord. The 9 great beast emperors quivered and immediately flew in front of Qin Feiyang, bowing respectfully. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head to look at Yan Nanshan, and muttered with a smile, Uncle Yan, don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life. Finished. He raised his head to look at the 9 great beast emperors and said, "Freeze Uncle Yen and take good care of him. Remember, there can be no accidents, or else I will let you all accompany him in death." "Sir." The 9 great beast emperors' bodies trembled as they hurriedly bowed and replied. Chapter 1800. Yan Nanshan's death made Qin Feiyang's heart ache. But he also knew that now was not the time to be sad. The great enemy had not been eliminated. No matter how many emotions he had to suppress them. After the 9 divine beasts took Yan Nanshan away, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked in front of the Kirin armor. He said, "Tell me, why can't I drip blood on it?" "Because the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there." A voice came from the Kirin armor. The voice was full, like that of a young man in his 20s. Hearing this voice, Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, "You can speak?" "Even a supreme-grade divine artifact can speak," the Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. "You just said that the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there?" "Yes," the Kirin armor said. "Don't lie to me. If the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there, can the blood Kirin revive you?" Qin Feiyang said. 4 supreme-grade divine artifacts, as long as we artifact spirits want to, we can revive them even if they don't recognize us as masters. The Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, "Then wouldn't Blue Snow and the ancient castle also be able to revive without needing to recognize an owner?" "I haven't seen Chang Shui and the castle with my own eyes, but from what Zhuge Mingyang and the others described, they should be beyond the level of supreme-grade divine artifacts. Such divine artifacts can be revived without recognizing us as masters." The Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He remembered that when he gave Chang Shui and the castle to the willow tree, he would first erase the blood contract. Because he had always thought that no matter what level a divine artifact was, it needed to recognize its master before it could be revived. Only now did he understand. This was the so-called ignorance. In ignorance, one would do a lot of unnecessary things. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked suspiciously, "What was the demon ancestor's cultivation before?" The Kirin armor said, "Lesser-tier war god." "He's only a low-level war god?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. His expression was filled with astonishment. He had thought that Demon Alpha was at least a high-level war god or a perfect war god. He hadn't expected her to have the same level of cultivation as the Blood Kirin. "I'm talking about 10,000 years ago. He was a war god at the small completion stage. Back then, the Blood Kirin was just a false god. If the devil ancestor wasn't heavily injured back then, he would have reached the level of a perfect war god or even a perfect war god." Qilin armor said. "You're right." Qin Feiyang nodded. All these years, the fiend ancestor had been restoring his divine soul. Moreover, without a divine body, he couldn't cultivate. As a result, his cultivation remained at the same level as it was 10,000 years ago. The Blood Kirin had been practicing all these years, so it was only natural for it to catch up to Demon Alpha. However, this was good news for him. Even though the fiend ancestor had fused with his divine body, he was still only a low-level war god. With his current strength, it should not be difficult to kill the fiend ancestor. Don't think that you can be careless just because the devil ancestor is a low-level war god. You will never be able to imagine his methods. Let me put it this way. With the strength you have shown now, you will only be killed. Moreover, he has a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qilin armor snorted coldly. "Is it that strong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Qilin armor said, "When you fight with him, you will understand how powerful he is." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang immediately stopped underestimating him. Not long ago, the Blood Kirin had said this. Now, the Qilin armor had said the same thing. It seemed that it was not an alarmist talk. However, the fiend ancestor's blood contract could be erased. Qin Feiyang's mind moved. His divine consciousness emerged and entered the Qilin armor to search for the blood contract. So, he found a blood-red mark on the chest of the Qilin armor. That was the blood contract. Immediately after, He waved his hand, and the power of the dragon surged out and rushed toward the blood contract. However, the process was not as easy as he had imagined. The blood contract was extremely stubborn. It was impossible to erase it in an instant, and it was still resisting with all its might. A blood contract dares to act rashly. Destroy it. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. His divine power crazily poured into the Qilin armor, engulfing the blood contract with an earth-shattering force. In fact, he also knew that this was not the blood contract resisting. It was the Fiend Ancestor's will that was stopping him. Although the Qilin armor and the Fiend Ancestor were in the Black Tortoise world and the Sea of Reincarnation, the Fiend Ancestor could clearly sense that someone was forcefully erasing the Qilin armor's blood contract. Encountering such a thing, the Fiend Ancestor naturally could not sit idly by. After all, the Qilin armor was not an ordinary divine artifact. It was a supreme-grade divine artifact. No one would want it to be taken away by someone else. However, Qin Feiyang was also determined to erase this blood contract today. The power of the dragon continued to erode the Fiend Ancestor's blood contract. After hundreds of breaths of struggle, the blood contract finally disappeared. Qin Feiyang, you are courting death. Sea of Reincarnation. Somewhere in the demonic dragon island, an angry roar suddenly sounded with a monstrous murderous intent. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang was sweating profusely at this moment. Although he had successfully erased the Fiend Ancestor's blood contract, he was also exhausted. The power of the dragon in his body was almost exhausted. From this, it could be seen. The Fiend Ancestor's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Do you understand? This is the Fiend Ancestor's strength. It is already so difficult to erase the blood contract before he has successfully merged with the divine body. When he succeeds, you won't be able to do it. The Qilin armor said. Qin Feiyang did not refute this sentence. Because it was the truth. It was also because he knew that the Fiend Ancestor was still in a weak state that he made a prompt decision to erase the blood contract. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He once again cut his index finger and a drop of purple-gold dragon blood fell on the Qilin armor. Buzz. Immediately, the Qilin armor emitted a purple-gold divine light. The blood contract was quickly completed. Let me make it clear in advance. I can serve you in the future, but if I encounter an opponent that I cannot defeat, I will not help you. The Qilin armor said. You, an artifact spirit, are afraid of death? Qin Feiyang sneered. The Qilin armor said disapprovingly, an artifact spirit is also a life and has its own thoughts. Is it strange to be afraid of death? Then tell me, what kind of opponent is invincible? Qin Feiyang said. I will judge this myself. In short, as long as you can threaten my body, I will immediately disappear. Don't think that I am joking. And don't think that with the blood contract binding me, I will unconditionally obey your orders. The artifact spirit snorted coldly. Then what do I need a divine artifact like you for? Why don't I just erase you now? Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. Erase me? The artifact spirit seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and his words were full of sarcasm. You think I don't dare? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I admit that you are my master now. If you want to erase me, it will be as easy as blowing off dust. But do you know? If you erase me, the artifact spirit, the Qilin armor will instantly fall from a top-grade divine artifact to an ordinary divine artifact. Ask yourself, are you willing to do so? The artifact spirit was fearless. So this is what you are relying on. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a cold smile, and said, But it seems that you still don't understand my temper, Qin Feiyang. Immediately, his mind moved. The artifact spirit suddenly screamed. A blood contract was the same as a secret technique like an enslavement seal. As long as there was a blood contract, with a thought, the artifact spirit could be erased. What are you doing? Are you really not afraid that the Qilin armor will become an ordinary divine artifact? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was serious, the artifact spirit panicked. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, A disobedient divine artifact, I would rather destroy it. Don't, I'll listen. The artifact spirit was terrified, and shouted again and again. Is that so? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I will protect you with my life. The artifact spirit said in fear. At this time, only then did Qin Feiyang stop, his eyes full of sneers. A mere artifact spirit dared to clamor with him? He was really reckless. Qin Feiyang said, Go to my Qi Si. The artifact spirit respectfully responded, and then controlled the Qilin armor, and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, shook his head, and prepared to leave the black tortoise world. But suddenly, he frowned, took out the axe, and lowered his head to look at it. The Qilin armor could not recognize its master because the demon ancestor's blood contract was still there. Then this axe could not recognize its master. Was it also because of the blood contract? When he first obtained the axe, he had checked it, and there was no blood contract inside. Moreover, Zhao Lai had obtained the axe for so long, if there really was a blood contract, he should have discovered it long ago. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang released his spirit sense again and poured it into the axe, wanting to confirm it again. In the end, there was indeed no blood contract inside the axe. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang muttered. The undead should know, but when he asked, the undead did not say anything. He did not know if this undead was really unable to speak, or was he pretending not to be able to speak. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, and his perception extended infinitely. Back then, after bringing the undead to the black tortoise world, he did not pay attention to it anymore, and he did not know what it was doing now. Suddenly, his expression froze. The next moment, he appeared in the desert above the undead mountain range. Below, a vague figure was wandering in the void, as if looking for something. This vague figure was the undead, and Qin Feiyang found that compared to before, the outline of the undead was much clearer. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, What are you doing? The undead froze, raising its head to look at Qin Feiyang, seemingly with a kind of fear. Qin Feiyang glanced around, and suddenly seemed to think of something and said, Don't tell me, you're devouring the undead here? Hearing this, the undead immediately lowered its head, and the fear in its heart grew stronger. You're really devouring the undead here? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just guessing, because this undead had devoured other undead in the ancient world before. Now, this undead happened to be in the desert. And in this desert, there was nothing else except the storm and the undead. If this undead said that it was devouring the storm, it was definitely impossible. So he guessed that it was devouring the undead. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the undead, and asked doubtfully, Why are you devouring the undead? The undead was silent. Qin Feiyang said, Tell me the reason, maybe I'll continue to let you devour the undead here, but if you don't, I'll take you out of the desert now. Hearing this, the undead's fear immediately disappeared, but it was replaced by a trace of joy, but at the same time, there seemed to be a trace of hesitation. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1801. Seeing that the undead didn't speak for a long time, Qin Feiyang began to lose his patience and said, Leave with me. The undead hurriedly waved his hand, meaning not to take him away. As I said, it's not impossible to stay here. But first, I want to know your identity and your intentions. Qin Feiyang said. The undead fell silent again. I don't know my identity. But suddenly, a timid voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, but it was very pleasant, like a young girl, but full of confusion. You can talk? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The voice of the undead sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, like the sound of nature, crisp and pleasant. Judging from the voice alone, she was definitely a beauty who could bring disaster to the country and the people. Then why didn't you talk to me before? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Before, I didn't dare. The undead seemed to be very afraid of Qin Feiyang, and his voice was timid. You didn't dare? Do you think I'm a bad person? Qin Feiyang was displeased. The undead said, "You're not a bad person, but you're not a good person either." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "Since I'm not a good person in your eyes, why are you still following me?" The undead said, "Although you're not a good person, I can see that you have no malice towards me." "That's true. But you haven't answered yet, why are you following me?" Qin Feiyang said. The undead said, "Following you, I feel safe." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Such a simple reason?" Qin Feiyang said, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" The undead shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said suspiciously, "Just now you said that you don't know who you are? What does that mean?" "My mind is completely blank. I don't remember anything. The only memory I have is to survive, struggle, and devour the undead in the ancient world." The undead said, "You don't remember?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that one would lose their memories after becoming an undead? He didn't know much about the undead, so he couldn't tell whether this undead was lying to him or not. "I'm not lying. I really don't have any memories." The undead seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and said anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me, why are you devouring the undead?" "Devouring undead can make me stronger. Furthermore, when I was in the ancient realm, I heard from other undead that when they reached a certain level, they would be able to condense a body like yours." The undead said, "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I don't know either, but I wish to condense a physical body. That way, I might be able to recover my memories." The undead said, "It seems that the memory loss is real." Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked down at the axe in his hand and said, "Then it seems that you don't know anything about this axe?" The undead shook his head. Qin Feiyang sighed regretfully. "Although I don't have any memories, I can feel that this axe gives me a very familiar feeling. That's why I protected it in the ancient realm." The undead said, "I see. Then this axe must be related to you." Qin Feiyang thought for a while, shook the axe in his hand, and said with a smile, "Do you want to go back?" The undead looked at him timidly. "You don't have to be so afraid of me. As long as you don't have any evil intentions, I won't hurt you. I'll keep this axe first. When you recover your memories and it's really related to you, I'll return it to you." Qin Feiyang said. The undead nodded. "All right then, you can continue." Qin Feiyang smiled. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Lu family. Then he threw the axe to Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai took the axe, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, "Young master, where's Yan Nanshan?" "He's frozen." Qin Feiyang said. "You want to resurrect him?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. The emperor said in a deep voice, "Feiyang, not only your great-grandfather, but I also won't allow it. You're now the pillar of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire can't lose you." The three of them also nodded. Qin Feiyang took a look at the emperor and then at Qin Sheng and the other two. He smiled. "What's with your attitude? Can't you see that we're concerned about you?" Qin Sheng was dissatisfied. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Sheng said, "Then you have to give us an accurate answer. Who can tell what's going to happen in the future? We'll talk about it when we get there." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked down at third grandpa. He asked suspiciously, "Second grandpa hasn't come out yet?" Third grandpa smiled and said, "Resurrecting the sky mirror is not easy. Don't worry." "The sky mirror," Qin Feiyang mumbled. It was like Zhuge Mingyang's all-seeing eye. He didn't expect the Lu family to have such a treasure. No wonder it had been able to find him so easily. Old Qin suddenly said, "Feiyang, what should we do with the blood Kirin?" The blood Kirin's eyes trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang, feeling very nervous. Qin Feiyang looked away and looked at the blood Kirin. He didn't say anything. After a while, Qin Feiyang coldly grunted and said, "Uncle Yen died because of it. We should kill it to atone for our sins, but the demon Alpha is the one responsible." Hearing this, the blood Kirin sighed in relief. It seemed that its life was saved. The king frowned and said, "Are you going to let it go?" "Father, it is a low-level war god. It knows the demon Alpha well. Keeping it is more valuable than killing it. After Qin Feiyang said that, he turned to the blood Kirin and said, "From now on, your duty is to protect the great Qin. Protect the descendants of the Qin clan." Protect them? The blood Kirin was shocked. He frowned and said, "I am not following you. I don't need that. You just need to protect father and the others." Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. The blood Kirin said, "Kid, I am a Kirin. You need to think carefully." If it was following Qin Feiyang, it wouldn't mind. After all, Qin Feiyang was someone who dared to challenge the demon alpha. It wouldn't be too humiliating. But if it protected the great Qin, wouldn't that be lowering its status? I've thought it through. What? From the looks of it, you have a lot of objections to this arrangement of mine? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't dare. The blood Kirin hurriedly shook its head. What a joke. Its little life was in this person's hands. How could it have a problem? Qin Feiyang looked at it coldly. Suddenly, he turned to the emperor and said, "Father, where is my little brother?" "He's fine now, but to you," the emperor said, his face full of worry. Obviously. The little prince still hated Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong comforted him. "Feiyang, don't be calculative. After all, he's still young and doesn't know anything." "I know. If I was calculative, he would have been like the first prince and the others. On the contrary, I like him very much. Father, great-grandfather, you should pass the throne to him in the future," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The emperor and Emperor Hong looked at each other and immediately frowned. In fact, they had always left the throne of the great Qin for Qin Feiyang. Because, whether it was strength or brains, in their opinion, the little prince couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang. Letting Qin Feiyang succeed as the next emperor was the most suitable. I've said it countless times in the past, I have no interest in power. Last time, I helped the little prince ascend to the throne, not to take revenge on you. It was sincere. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, the emperor and Emperor Hong's faces were filled with helplessness. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood Kirin and said, "After we destroy the demon ancestor, you will follow my little brother. Even if you have to sacrifice your life, you must protect him well." "Yes, sir." The blood Kirin said reluctantly. It had seen the little prince before. He was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He actually wanted it, a Qilin, to protect him? There was no justice in this world. Emperor Hong frowned and said, "Feiyang, your father and I are still here, so the matter of the successor to the throne is not up to you. We'll discuss it later." "That's right. If we die, we don't care what you do. But right now, we are still alive." The emperor also said. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Looking at the two of them, they still wanted him to inherit the throne. But for the throne, he really wasn't interested in it at all. He just wanted to find his mother and live a simple life with his family. So, at this time, second grandpa appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, "How is it?" "The stealing sky mirror can't find his whereabouts." Second grandpa shook his head. "That means the demon ancestor should still be on Demon Dragon Island." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned to the blood Kirin and said, "Blood Kirin, take us to Demon Dragon Island immediately." "Are you sure you want to go?" The blood Kirin frowned. "Don't talk nonsense, hurry up," Qin Feiyang shouted. The blood Kirin said, "Then don't you have to give me a spirit sea pill first to repair my Qi Si?" Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to it. Then, he looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor and said, "You guys go back to the imperial city." Emperor Hong was stunned and hurriedly said, "I'll go with you guys. The more people there are, the more we can take care of each other. Just let your father and the others go back." Father and the others are only false gods. If the demon ancestors' subordinates go to the imperial city, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them. So, there must be a war god overseeing it. The imperial city has you overseeing it. The Liu family has fourth grandpa overseeing it. Only then can I be at ease fighting the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Emperor Hong wanted to say something, but the emperor smiled and said, "Grandfather, let's listen to Feiyang's arrangements." All right. Emperor Hong looked at the emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded helplessly. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Elder Qin and said with a smile, "You don't have to go either." "What do you mean?" Elder Qin raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang took out the space-time gate and handed it to Elder Qin, saying, "I need you to oversee the 9 prefectures." Oversee the 9 prefectures? Elder Qin was puzzled. Although the teleportation altar is destroyed, I'm worried that the demon ancestors' subordinates might be in the 9 prefectures. When dawn comes, open the space-time gate and go to the 9 prefectures. Qin Feiyang said. This fake space-time gate could only be opened once a day. Chapter 1802. This, Old Man Qin frowned. Qin Feiyang stuffed the space-time gate into Old Man Qin's hands and said with a smile, "I believe that you don't want to see the people of the 9 continents plunged into misery and suffering." Old Man Qin said, "I really don't want to see the people plunged into misery and suffering, but, all right, it's decided then." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, his words carrying a majesty that could not be disobeyed. He then looked at the blood Kirin and said, "Give me the coordinates." "All right." The blood Kirin nodded. After the blood Kirin gave him the coordinates, Qin Feiyang immediately opened the teleportation gate and brought the blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai in without looking back. The teleportation gate quickly dissipated. Old Man Qin was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the space-time gate, feeling that something was wrong. Suddenly, Old Man Qin looked at Emperor Hong, the Emperor and 4th Grandpa, and said, "Is this kid afraid that I will drag him down, so he sent me away and let me go to the 9 continents?" Emperor Hong sighed, "You've been with him for so long, don't you understand him?" "What do you mean?" Old Man Qin was suspicious. 4th Grandpa said, "What Emperor Hong means is that Feiyang is worried that we will be in danger, so he doesn't want us to follow." "So that's how it is," Old Man Qin suddenly understood, and then said, "Demon Ancestor's strength is so terrifying, can he handle it alone? I'm afraid he doesn't plan on coming back alive this time." The Emperor said worriedly. Old Man Qin said anxiously, "Then we can't let him go alone. How about this, I'll go support him." Emperor Hong waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's listen to his arrangements. Don't distract him." Sea of Samsara. Deep in the sea, above an island. Swish. 3 people and a beast appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, the blood Kirin, Tang Hai, and Zhao Tailai. On the surface of the sea, the wind howled and the waves rolled. Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings, and his eyes gradually became fierce. The blood Kirin said unhappily, "Kid, is there something wrong with your head?" "What are you talking about?" Zhao Tailai said angrily. "Isn't that so? Emperor Hong, Old Qin, and 4th Grandpa of the Lu family are all war gods. If they come together, our chances of winning will definitely be higher." The blood Qilin said. "What do you know? Young Master is doing this because he doesn't want them to risk their lives. After all, we are facing the fiend ancestor. No one knows what will happen." Zhao Tailai snorted coldly. The blood Kirin was shocked. "Does that mean you guys aren't sure you can win?" "No," Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin's face changed. It looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "In that case, I will go to the palace and protect the little prince." Veins popped out on Zhao Lai's forehead as he said furiously, "I say, you're at any rate also a divine beast, Qilin. Why are you so greedy for life and afraid of death? Who would be willing to throw their lives away?" The blood Kirin frowned. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the blood Kirin. His eyes looked cold and he said, "If you keep talking crap, I will kill you." The blood Kirin's neck shrank. It didn't dare say another word. Qin Feiyang looked at it, then looked at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. He said, "Old Zhao, Old Tang, do you regret following me?" "A little." Tang Hai said. Zhao Lai was shocked, and then he said angrily, "Old Tang, let me finish." Tang Hai stared at him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "When I followed you, I didn't think I would face so much. Although I regret it, I like this feeling. I am done." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Hai helplessly. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Young master, I only have one thing to say. Since we are on the same side, let us go to the other side. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him gratefully. He looked at the blood Kirin and said, "Lead the way." What a bunch of idiots. The blood Kirin rolled its eyes at Zhao Lai and Tang Hai. It pointed to the sea in front of them and said, "Go straight ahead." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the 2 men and 1 beast towards the sea in front of them. As they went deeper, the wind and waves became stronger. From time to time, sea beasts would sneak out to attack them. These sea beasts were at least 5-star combat emperors. However, for a group of war gods, this was nothing. Very soon, a strange scene appeared in front of them. Although the sea of reincarnation was full of wind and waves, the sky was no different from other places. The sun was high in the sky. However, the sky above the sea a few hundred miles in front of them was covered with dark clouds. From afar, it looked extremely dark and depressing. The blood Kirin's eyes became serious. It said in a low voice, "That is the forbidden area of the Sea of Reincarnation." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and rushed into the so-called forbidden area without looking back. Woo-woo. Crash. The wind and waves here were stronger than outside. The wind blew on their bodies, and even their skin hurt. Roar! Many huge sea beasts roared in the sea. Their cultivation levels were at peak 9-star combat emperors. The blood Kirin said, "These sea beasts are the demon ancestors' spies." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. "Blood Kirin, how dare you betray Master? Master will not let you off." Countless sea beasts roared and were full of hostility. However, none of them came out to block the way. The blood Kirin was furious. If its sea of qi had not been destroyed, it would have started a massacre. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to it. He streaked across the sky like lightning and said, "By the way, who is the person you mentioned not long ago? You really want to know?" The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said, "If the demon ancestor is so afraid, he must not be an ordinary person." The blood Kirin said, "Actually, you know him too." "I know him too?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "This person is Qin Yuan." The blood Kirin said. "What? Uncle Yuan?" Qin Feiyang's body froze. He stopped in the sky above the sea and looked at the blood Kirin in disbelief. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also shocked. The blood Kirin said, "I knew you would look like that. I did not lie to you. It really is Qin Yuan." "How can it be Uncle Yuan?" "Father and the others said not long ago that Uncle Yuan is my grandfather's subordinate. He is just a fake god. The demon ancestor is so powerful. How can he be so afraid of Uncle Yuan?" Qin Feiyang could not believe it. The blood Qilin said, "I don't know the details, but I do know that this Uncle Yuan of yours has another identity." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The blood Kirin said slowly, "The protector of this continent." "Protector?" Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. They were no strangers to the title of protector. For example, the fire dragon, the giant python, and the fire python were all protectors of the miracle. Their powers and methods were shocking. The demon ancestor could be said to hate the people of the Qin clan to the bone. But because of Qin Yuan, he does not dare to kill you. The blood Kirin said. Chapter 1803. What is going on? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Uncle Yuan was the protector of this continent. That was unexpected. The blood Kirin said, and the snow python of the forgotten continent. She is also the protector of the forgotten continent. The protector of the forgotten continent. Tang Hai and Zhao Lai looked at each other in shock. No wonder the snow python was so powerful. What about Qin Yuan's cultivation? Is he really just a fake god? Zhao Tailai asked. Of course not. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but the demon alpha is afraid of him. That means he is at least stronger than the demon alpha. The blood Kirin said. Stronger than the demon alpha? Zhao Tailai frowned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Master, this is different from what your father said. I think something must have happened to Uncle Yuan. And no one knows about this except for Uncle Yuan himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, No, the snow python might know. It looks like we have to find Qin Yuan to figure it out. But I am confused. If Qin Yuan has become so strong, why didn't he just kill Mu Tianyang and the demon Alpha? Zhao Dalai was confused. The Blood Kirin said, I heard that the protectors cannot get involved in the conflicts of the continent. But I don't know if that is true. Can't get involved in the conflicts? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and said, so, you let Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor deal with the Lu family in order to test Uncle Yuan and see if he would make a move. The Blood Kirin nodded. Qin Feiyang said, you are using Zhuge Mingyang and the Grand Master as tools. Do you really think the Demon Alpha likes them? Naive. The Demon Alpha just wants to use them to monitor the Imperial Palace and retrieve the God Body. Now that the God Body has been retrieved, there is no need for the Imperial Palace to monitor them. So, whether they live or die is not important. In short, in the Demon Alpha's eyes, they are just two chess pieces. The Blood Kirin laughed. Chess piece, Qin Feiyang muttered and sighed. Fortunately, Zhuge Mingyang is already dead. Otherwise, he would probably go berserk if he heard this. It's just the truth. The Blood Kirin laughed coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He felt sorry for Zhuge Mingyang and said, let's put Uncle Yuan's matter aside first. Tell me about Ancestor Devil's foundation. Who are the people around him now? How many gods of war and false gods are there? Qin Feiyang led the two humans and one beast and continued forward. The Fiend Ancestor's subordinates are basically like me. They have followed the Fiend Ancestor since a long time ago. After years of recuperation, the number is huge. Just the humans alone number in the millions. They all live in the Ancestral Devil's spatial divine item. The Blood Qilin said. Millions. Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. This number far exceeded their expectations. Zhao Lai asked, is it that Black Castle? The Fiend Ancestor has two spatial divine items. The Black Castle is just one of them. The space is small and can't hold so many people. As for the other spatial divine item, it is almost half the size of the imperial capital. But in comparison, the Black Castle is stronger than the other spatial divine item. The Blood Qilin explained. Qin Feiyang nodded. This wasn't unexpected. After all, the Black Castle could withstand the rule power of the miracle. Its level was naturally not low. As for the gods of war and false gods, you will be shocked to death if I tell you. Among the millions of humans, there are 12 gods of war and at least 50 false gods. As for the beasts, besides me, there are 6 gods of war. As for the false god beasts, that's even more than the number of false gods humans have. The Blood Qilin said. So many, Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. 12 gods of war and 6 gods of war. That was a total of 18 gods of war. Not to mention there were so many false gods. This is why I didn't want to come. 18 gods of war, more than 100 false gods, plus the Fiend Ancestor. This force is enough to make us die without a burial place. The Blood Qilin sighed deeply. The future was bleak. Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. Young master, I think we should bring old Qin and the others. The Fiend Ancestor's overall strength had far surpassed them. As expected, this battle would be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhao Tailai and said, the more terrifying the Fiend Ancestor's background is, the more we can't let old Qin and the others come. The Blood Qilin said, then, are you confident in getting rid of them? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't know. That means I'm not confident. If you're not confident, then why are you still showing off? Let me tell you, even if the Fiend Ancestor doesn't make a move, even if Emperor Hong and the others come, we are not their opponent. Because among the 12 gods of war, there are 2 lesser success stage gods of war. The Blood Qilin snorted. What? There are 2 lesser success stage gods of war? Zhao Tailai was surprised. There are 2 humans. Their strength is about the same as mine. I can hold one, and Qin Feiyang can hold the other. The Blood Qilin said. What about the other gods of war and false gods? Zhao Tailai asked. When the Blood Qilin heard this, he grinned and said, the other gods of war and false gods will be left to the 2 of you. Are you kidding me? Aside from the 2 lesser success stage gods of war, there are still 10 lesser success stage gods of war, not to mention more than 100 false gods. How can Tang Hai and I deal with them? Zhao Tailai's face was dark. Tang Hai said coldly, if they don't have divine artifacts, it's not impossible. I'm sorry. Aside from those false gods, the 12 gods of war, whether human or beast, all have divine artifacts. The divine artifacts of the 2 lesser success stage gods of war are the same as the Sky Demon flag and the Qilin armor. They are all top-quality divine artifacts. The Blood Qilin laughed. Hearing this, Tang Hai couldn't stay calm. If all 12 gods of war had divine artifacts, how could they fight? Are you scared too? Qin Feiyang glanced at Tang Hai and teased him. Tang Hai said angrily, are you kidding? There are so many gods of war and divine artifacts. Who wouldn't be scared? Actually, you don't have to worry. I can handle the 2 lesser success stage gods of war by myself. You old Zhao, Chui Li, the Golden Leopard, and the Blood Qilin will deal with the other 10 gods of war. Qin Feiyang said. Wait, I have heard about the Golden Leopard from the Demon Alpha. But who is Chui Li? The Blood Qilin was confused. He is my subordinate. He has become a god of war, but I have never let him show himself. Aside from us, no one else knows. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Qilin was shocked. This kid had hidden his strength well. He lowered his head and thought. After a while, the Blood Qilin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if what you said is true, then our chances of winning are quite high. Although the 10 gods of war all have divine artifacts, my cultivation level is higher than theirs. With Zhao Lai and the others helping me, killing them, don't say that. It's not that difficult. After saying that, the Blood Qilin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. It's nice to imagine. Tang Hai glanced at the Blood Qilin. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, but against 2 lesser success stage gods of war with divine artifacts, can you do it? How do you know if you don't try? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Tang Hai pursed his lips and grunted. Even if you can do it, don't forget that there is still the Demon Alpha. So, we have to find the Demon Alpha as soon as possible. That means we have to kill some of them before the Demon Alpha successfully merges with the Divine Body. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Qin Feiyang said. Then let's hurry. Don't you have the Xing formula? Use the Xing formula to take us there. The Blood Qilin urged. Since this battle was unavoidable, they had to do their best. Chapter 1804. The sea was boundless, and dark clouds covered the sky. Qin Feiyang used the walkward formula to bring the Blood Qilin and Tang Hai across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The journey took less than an hour, but with the help of the walkward formula, it didn't take long for a huge island to enter Qin Feiyang's sight. The island was extremely huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. It was like a continent floating above the sea. But there was no sign of life on the island. It was barren everywhere, and it looked particularly desolate. The Blood Qilin said in a deep voice, that is the demonic dragon island. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 scanned the island. Whether it was the ground or the mountains, it was as if they were dyed with ink. And there was no sign of life on the entire island, including the surrounding sea. There was no other sound except for the sound of the wind and waves. From a distance, it looked like darkness, and there was a sense of eeriness and strangeness. From now on, we have to be 120% alert. Because here, we can be ambushed at any time. The Blood Qilin warned with a serious expression. Zhao Talai and Tang Hai nodded, and good thoughts covered the sky and the earth, covering all directions. Clang. However, before the Blood Qilin finished speaking, a dazzling sword light swept out from the sea below, creating a huge wave that was thousands of feet high, and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. The light tore through the sky. There really is an ambush. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air, and an invisible force surged out and rushed toward the sword light. There was a loud bang, and the invisible force formed by the 4 moves of the end of the ruin was instantly destroyed by the sword light. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of shock. Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai were also dumbfounded. One had to know. The end of the ruin was now a mid-tier divine art. And that sword light, even if it came from a divine artifact, could not destroy the invisible force so easily. At the same time, the blood Kirin also stared at the sword light in surprise. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "Boy, get out of the way." Qin Feiyang was shocked. He immediately took the blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai with him. He used the walk word and teleported away. Boom. However, the aura of the sword light was firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. In other words, no matter where Qin Feiyang fled, the sword light would follow him. Zhao Tailai's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. He took out his axe and hacked at him. Clang. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Zhao Tailai, together with his axe, was blasted away by the sword light. His arm was shaken to the point where his flesh was lacerated and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. So strong? This scene made Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai extremely shocked. "All of you back off." Qin Feiyang snapped out of his daze and shouted at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. With a thought, the divine dragon seal appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Tang Hai immediately took the blood Kirin and retreated. After Zhao Tailai stabilized his body, he looked at the sword light in horror and then retreated to Tang Hai's side, fully alert. Qin Feiyang stared at the sword light and waved his hand. The divine dragon seal shattered the sky and collided with the sword light. Rumble. Crash. Immediately, the void here was annihilated and huge waves surged. Crash. The next moment, the divine dragon seal and the sword light collapsed at the same time in the void. In other words, the power of the sword light was completely comparable to the divine dragon seal. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was still using the soaring dragon spell and had the cultivation of a low-level god of war. However, the sword light was still comparable to the divine dragon seal. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the person hiding in the dark was. Qin Feiyang scanned the sea below and was ready to fight. However, after the sword light dissipated, the sea gradually calmed down. What's going on? Qin Feiyang released his divine thought and surged into the sea. However, after searching a radius of 10,000 miles, other than the turbulent sea, there was no trace of anyone. Has he already left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin flew to Qin Feiyang's side and scanned the sea below with their brows tightly knitted together. "It's him." The blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at it suspiciously. "Sima Yuan." The blood Kirin said word by word with a solemn tone. "Sima Yuan?" Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and the doubt between their brows grew stronger. "Didn't I tell you? The demon ancestor has two low-level gods of war. These two people, one is called Sima Yuan and the other is called Sima Kuan. The person who attacked just now was Sima Yuan. That sword light came from his supreme-grade divine weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword." The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. "Sima Yuan, the Dragon Vein Sword." Qin Feiyang muttered. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Sima Yuan hid here and ambushed us. He must have been ordered by the demon ancestor to test your current strength." Zhao Tailai frowned and said, "Then why can't our divine will find him?" When they heard the blood Kirin say that they could be ambushed at any time, they immediately released their divine will. At that time, in the sea below, they didn't find Sima Yuan at all. "It's because of the hidden soul stone." The blood Kirin said. "Hidden soul stone." Qin Feiyang was shocked. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and asked suspiciously, "You know about the hidden soul stone?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a black crystal appeared. The black crystal was only the size of a fingernail and it emitted a mysterious aura. "You have the hidden soul stone too?" The blood Kirin looked at the black crystal in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, "I got it in the Black Tortoise realm." "I see." The blood Kirin understood. The Black Tortoise realm was a small, independent world created by the creator of the miracle. It wasn't strange for it to have a hidden soul stone. The blood Kirin said, "Then you should know about the hidden soul stone's effect. It can block the detection of divine will." Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood Kirin looked at Zhao Lai and explained, the demon ancestor also has a hidden soul stone. It must be on Sima Yuan now. That is why your divine will cannot find him. Heard about it? Zhao Lai frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, I am afraid this is going to be more troublesome. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at Demon Dragon Island. The island was just as the blood Kirin said. It was too big. Facing such a big island was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He hadn't expected the demon ancestor to have a hidden soul stone. Finding the demon ancestor now would be even more difficult. Qin Feiyang looked away and turned to the blood Kirin. He asked, how long will it take for your Sea of Qi to be repaired? The blood Kirin checked the Sea of Qi and said, I should be able to repair it before we reach the demon ancestor's lair. Very good. I will keep the true god body for you for now. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The blood Kirin was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang said, don't be happy too soon. When this battle is over, you will have to give me the true god body. When the blood Kirin heard this, it looked sad. But, Qin Feiyang said. But what? The blood Kirin looked at him, looking very nervous. Qin Feiyang said, if you perform well, I will consider not taking the true god body. Heard about it? The blood Kirin immediately said, don't worry. I will perform well. Words are useless. I want to see your actions. Now, take us to the demon ancestor's lair. Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin said, enter the island and fly northwest. It won't be long before we see the demon ancestor's lair. Qin Feiyang waved his sleeve and picked up Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin. Then he flew toward Demon Dragon Island. So, the 3 people and 1 beast entered Demon Island. A cold aura suddenly enveloped them. This aura made Qin Feiyang very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had entered the underworld. It made him shudder. There was no delay. After entering the island, Qin Feiyang took the 2 people and 1 beast and flew northwest. After Sima Yuan's sneak attack, he was more vigilant. Along the way, he carefully observed the ground below. He did not find any traces of people, plants, or sea beasts. As they went deeper, the sound of the wind and waves gradually disappeared. The entire world gradually fell into a dead silence. About a few hundred breaths passed. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, a few hundred breaths was enough to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, an exceptionally majestic mountain ridge appeared in front of them. That mountain ridge was thousands of feet tall. It was like a black dragon, high and low, lurking on the ground. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took the 2 people and 1 beast and landed on the mountain ridge. He looked forward. There was a flat ground in front of them. The ground was full of cracks. The blood Kirin scanned the ground and sighed. They have indeed moved. Are you saying that this is the demon ancestor's lair? Zhao Tailai asked. That's right. Do you know why there are cracks everywhere? It's because there used to be an ancient city here. The demon ancestor's subordinates all lived in the city. And the ancient city was another space divine item of the demon ancestor. Now that the ancient city is gone, they must have moved away. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang scanned the broken ground and said, judging from the marks on the ground, they just moved. They shouldn't have gone far. Even if they haven't gone far, we don't know which direction they went. If we don't know the direction, we can't track them. The blood Kirin said. Young master, why don't we let the white-eyed wolf out? Zhao Tailai suggested. The white-eyed wolf's nose was very sharp. It could track the demon ancestor's scent. The white-eyed wolf is in seclusion, studying the profound meaning of becoming a god. It's better not to disturb it. Plus, the demon ancestor knows about the white-eyed wolf. It will definitely use the space divine item to leave. And if it uses the space divine item, it won't leave any scent. The white-eyed wolf won't be able to track it. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? Zhao Tailai frowned. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blood Kirin and said, do you know where the demon ancestor is most likely to go? The blood Kirin shook its head. That's difficult. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Without a clear direction, there was no way to search. And if they split up, he wouldn't feel at ease. After all, there were 12 gods of war hidden here. If they were targeted by those people, he and the Blood Kirin could deal with them. But Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai would be in danger. Chapter 1805. What should I do? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and was at a loss. But suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Yanwei. Immediately, he was energized and immediately brought the Blood Kirin into the Black Tortoise realm. Then he formed Yanwei's shadow and asked, "Have you seen this person?" The reason why he brought the Blood Kirin to the Black Tortoise realm was because he was worried that Sima Yuan was still secretly watching. If Sima Yuan was really secretly watching, then Yanwei's identity would undoubtedly be exposed. The Blood Kirin looked at Yanwei and shook its head. No. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That means Yanwei must still be in the Black Castle. Yanwei? The Blood Kirin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He is the spy I placed beside the Imperial teacher." What? The Blood Kirin was stunned. There was Qin Feiyang's spy beside the Imperial teacher? Qin Feiyang asked, "Can we send messages to Demon Dragon Island?" Aside from opening the teleportation door, everything else is possible. The Blood Kirin said. It seems that we can only wait for Yanwei's news. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The Water Kirin and the Ink Kirin would definitely take the Black Castle to see the Demon Alpha. Then, Yanwei would naturally know where the Demon Alpha was hiding. When that time came, Yanwei would definitely find a way to pass this information to him. When did you arrange for this spy? The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Before entering the Divine Ruin, Qin Feiyang said, "Amazing. I have never seen this Yanwei before. Is he reliable?" The Blood Kirin asked. "No one is more reliable than him," Qin Feiyang said. Originally, he didn't want Yanwei to take any more risks. But now, Yanwei had become their only hope. Fate really made fools of people. Now, he could only pray that nothing bad would happen to Yanwei. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Boom. At this moment, the Blood Kirin's power suddenly appeared. Obviously, his Sea of Qi had been repaired. Qin Feiyang took it and left the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai immediately looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang secretly told him about Yanwei's situation. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. It seemed that they hadn't reached a dead end yet. Now, he could only hope that Yanwei could send the news over as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhao Tailai thought of something. He looked at the Blood Kirin and asked, "How long will it take for Demon Alpha to combine with a god body?" The Blood Kirin thought for a moment and said, "I heard him say that 3 days would be enough." 3 days? Zhao Tailai muttered. It was a race against time. That meant that Yanwei had to send the news within 3 days. Otherwise, it would be pointless. Tang Hai said, "Young master, I don't think we can put all our hopes on Yanwei alone." That's right. I don't doubt Yanwei's ability, but Demon Alpha is not an ordinary person. During the 3 days of combining with the god body, he will be extra careful to prevent any accidents from happening. Zhao Tailai thought to himself. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. A moment later, he looked up at the two and nodded. "You are right. We can't rely on Yanwei." The Blood Kirin frowned and said, "Do you have a way?" Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said word by word, "Lure the snake out of its hole." Lure the snake out of its hole? The Blood Kirin was stunned. Zhao Lai and Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "I have thought of a way to lure them out." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What is it?" The 2 men and 1 beast were excited. Qin Feiyang said, "Become stronger." Become stronger? What do you mean? The Blood Kirin asked in shock. If I become stronger than I am now, I don't think Demon Alpha will sit by and do nothing. Even if he doesn't show up, he will ask Sima Yuan and the others to stop me. Qin Feiyang said. You can become stronger than you are now? The Blood Kirin was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. He closed his eyes and entered his inner world. He saw the inner demons sitting cross-legged in the air. They lowered their heads and seemed to be thinking about something. They looked like they were struggling. The inner demons didn't seem to notice Qin Feiyang's appearance. Qin Feiyang walked over and smiled. Haven't you decided yet? The inner demons were shocked. They looked up at Qin Feiyang and sighed. This is not a small matter. I don't know if I should do this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This is unprecedented. I can't believe the inner demons are scared. Nonsense. If I fail, I will disappear, not you. Of course, you are not scared. The inner demons stared at him. If you fail, you will disappear. But you don't have much time now. Qin Feiyang sighed. I know. After you learn the truth, the obsession in your heart is slowly disappearing. When it completely disappears, I will disappear with you. The inner demons mumbled. Then why are you hesitating? If you succeed and form a body, you will not disappear with your obsession. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The so-called tribulation referred to the inner demons' tribulation. After Qin Feiyang stepped into the war god realm, the inner demons could form their own body. Just like the inner demons of Emperor Hong, they became an independent existence and no longer relied on their original body. However, the prerequisite for forming a body was to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, how could ordinary people withstand the heavenly tribulation? Even the insufferably arrogant inner demons didn't dare to face the heavenly tribulation so easily. That was why he had been hesitating, because if he failed, he would be turned into ashes. Although as the inner demons, he shouldn't exist in this world. But after these years of experience, he had already developed an attachment to this world, to the people and things around him. He didn't want to lose all of this. And because of this, he became timid. Sigh. I understand how you feel. It wasn't easy to have everything you have now. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let it go either. But you have no choice. You have to face it. Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons pondered for a while, looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, if I really disappeared, would you be sad? I believe that not only me but everyone around us, all the beasts, will be sad. Qin Feiyang said. At least you still have a little conscience. The inner demons grinned, got up and said, you're right. I have to face these things. Thinking back to the past, we've gone through so many ups and downs. What's a mere heavenly tribulation? His eyebrows were full of contempt, and he regained his former arrogance and insufferably arrogance. This is the inner demons I know. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm really unhappy. I actually let you see my cowardly side. But I swear, this is the first and also the last time. The inner demons laughed and immediately left the inner world. Qin Feiyang also left the inner world. The inner demons stood beside Qin Feiyang, looked up at the dark sky, and said proudly, heavenly tribulation, is it? If you have the ability, kill me. Boom. Immediately, the inner demons burst out with a monstrous aura that shot straight into the sky. What is he doing? The blood Kirin was surprised. Crossing the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang laughed. Crossing the heavenly tribulation? The blood Kirin was stunned and said in surprise, he's not trying to condense a body, is he? Qin Feiyang nodded. Kid, don't joke around. Although the inner demons condense a body and become stronger than they are now, do you know how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of the inner demons is? The inner demons in the world are all formed by obsession. They are the root of all evil. If he wants to condense a body, he is going against the heavens. The blood Kirin said. Going against the heavens, Qin Feiyang murmured and laughed proudly. So what? When he broke through to the false god realm, he was also going against the heavens. Now he was still alive and well. He always believed that he was in control of his own fate. He had to fight for his own fate and control it himself. Naive and ridiculous. Okay, I'll tell you. The inner demons have a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. The power of each heavenly tribulation is enough to severely injure a war god. For example, the inner demons is now a beginner war god, so his heavenly tribulations are also as powerful as a beginner war god. Especially the last heavenly tribulation, its power is the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. Not to mention the inner demons, even a war god in the Deshang stage would die without a doubt. The blood Kirin said. What? 99 heavenly tribulations. Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he was going through the tribulation, there were only 9 heavenly tribulations. This time, he couldn't help but worry about the inner demons. What are you afraid of? Even Emperor Hong's inner demons can successfully pass the tribulation. If I can't do it, then what right do I have to continue living in this world? The inner demon smiled coldly and didn't even frown. He directly rushed into the sky and released his aura. Boom. Whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in the sky, and the clouds rolled. The dark clouds in the sky were gradually stained with blood. And between the blood clouds, there were traces of blood-red electric arcs. Before the lightning tribulation formed, the destructive aura and the mighty power of the heavens fell from the sky and shrouded the void land. Qin Feiyang, the blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai's pupils shrank. Under this heavenly might, a feeling of insignificance rose in their hearts, as if they were ants. Swoosh. Without hesitation, the 3 people and 1 beast retreated quickly. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking all directions. Accompanied by the thunder, the blood-red electric arcs gradually condensed and formed a giant lightning bolt as thick as a bucket. The lightning flashed in the clouds like a blood-red python, dazzling. Come on. The inner demons were fearless and looked at the sky with disdain. As if sensing the provocation of the inner demons, the giant lightning bolt suddenly fell with a deafening sound. The aura firmly locked onto the inner demons and blasted toward them. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was in his throat. The inner demons were attached to him, and he was the same. In his eyes, the inner demons were no longer inner demons, but his brothers, his family. He didn't want to see the inner demons dissipate. He clenched his hands tightly and murmured, "We still have to fight together, rescue Grandpa and Grandpa together, and find Mother together. Please, you must survive." Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1806. Boom. Finally, the first bolt of tribulation struck the inner demons. The body formed by the inner demon's consciousness could not resist at all and immediately collapsed. Qin Feiyang's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this scene. He thought that no matter how strong the tribulation was, the inner demons would be able to hold on for a while. But he didn't expect. Just the first bolt of tribulation was enough to make the inner demon's consciousness collapse, not to mention the 98 bolts that followed. Could the inner demons really survive? He couldn't help but wonder. And he could clearly see that the power of lightning was frantically destroying the inner demon's consciousness. Things like the inner demons shouldn't exist in this world. And the tribulation won't tolerate such things that shouldn't exist in this world. Their consciousness will be destroyed by the tribulation bit by bit. In the end, they will completely disappear from this world. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said word by word, "I believe they can do it because they are my, Qin Feiyang's, inner demons." The blood Kirin glanced at him with a hint of sneer in its eyes. Zhao Talai said suspiciously, "How did Emperor Hong's inner demons survive this tribulation back then?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to think about it. The blood Kirin said, "I know a little about Emperor Hong's inner demons' tribulation." "You know?" Zhao Talai was surprised. At that time, it was Qin Yuan who helped him in secret that he succeeded. But Emperor Hong himself doesn't know about this. Even now, he still thinks that he survived this tribulation with his own ability. The blood Kirin said. Heard. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He also thought that his great-grandfather's inner demons had relied on their own ability to survive the tribulation. That was why he thought that if his great-grandfather's inner demons could survive the tribulation, his inner demons would definitely be able to as well. However, he never expected that it was actually Uncle Yuan who secretly helped him. Zhao Lai looked at the blood Kirin and said, "You should have told me sooner." "You guys should ask too." The blood Kirin frowned. Zhao Tailai said angrily, "I've already said that I'm going to transcend the tribulation. You still can't think of it? I think you did it on purpose." "Don't slander me, I'm telling you." The blood Kirin stared at Zhao Lai with a murderous look in its eyes. "All right, stop arguing. Even if the blood Kirin said that, the inner demons have no choice. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. That's right. The birth of this heart demon was due to Emperor Di harming Qin Feiyang back then. Now that the truth has been revealed, the obsession in Qin Feiyang's heart has also dissipated. If the inner demons are unable to form a physical body, they will die sooner or later. Therefore, this tribulation is destined. He can't avoid it even if he wants to. The blood Kirin grunted. Alas. Zhao Dai sighed and raised his head to look at the inner demons. His rough face was full of worry. Although the inner demons were violent and ruthless, there was no doubt that they were very good to the people around them. Boom. Crack. The second tribulation had already begun to brew. The heavenly might rolled and shook all directions. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and saw that the inner demon's consciousness was quickly forming. On the surface, it didn't look weak at all. However, as the main body, he could clearly feel that the inner demon's consciousness was a little weaker than before. In other words, under the previous tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had been somewhat wiped out. Can they last until the end? Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom. In the blink of an eye. With a deafening sound of thunder, the second tribulation quickly fell. At the same time, in the distance, on the top of a mountain, a middle-aged man in black stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the inner demons from afar. This man was 7 feet tall and thin. He carried a battle sword on his back. The battle sword was in the scabbard and no one could feel its sharpness. However, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, revealing an astonishing sharpness. He's still in the mood to let the inner demons undergo tribulation. No! Why is he undergoing tribulation here? They know that this is demonic Dragon Island, the territory of the demon ancestor. Could it be? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Then he retreated behind a huge rock and took out an image crystal. After a while, an illusory figure appeared. It was also a middle-aged man, but his body was extremely strong. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. There were 2 scars on his face, making him look extremely tough. The burly man asked, Sima Yuan, what's the situation? That's right. This middle-aged man in black was Sima Yuan, who had sneak-attacked Qin Feiyang and the others. As expected, the blood Kirin has submitted to Qin Feiyang. And the blood Kirin has brought him to demonic Dragon Island. As for Qin Feiyang's cultivation, it is as the Grand Master said. He has entered the War God realm and cannot be underestimated. Sima Yuan said. This little bastard has hidden his strength well. However, no matter how strong he has become, he will not be a match for the demon ancestor. The burly man sneered. That may not be the case. I just tested his strength. According to my judgment, he should not be weaker than you and me. Maybe he is stronger than you and me, Sima Yuan said in a deep voice. Is he that powerful? The burly man had a doubtful look. You can underestimate anyone, but you can't underestimate Qin Feiyang. And now, his inner demons are undergoing tribulation. If we succeed in transcending the tribulation, then we will be facing 2 Qin Feiyangs. Sima Yuan said. The burly man raised his eyebrows and said, He is undergoing tribulation on demonic Dragon Island? Doesn't he know that this is our territory? Of course he knows. And according to my guess, he is doing this to lure us out. Sima Yuan said. Lure us out? The burly man was doubtful. Because he can't find the hiding place of the demon ancestor, he thought of this way to lure us out and stop the inner demons from undergoing tribulation. Sima Yuan said. Should we stop him? The burly man asked. Sima Yuan shook his head and said, I can't make up my mind, so I sent you a message. Go and ask the demon ancestor. I will go now. You stay put. The burly man nodded and turned off the image crystal. At this moment, he was standing in front of an ancient hall. The door was closed, but through the door of the hall, he could clearly sense an extremely terrifying aura. The owner of this aura was the demon ancestor. Obviously, the demon ancestor was fusing with the divine body in this hall. The burly man was guarding outside. Beside the burly man, there were 2 people and 2 beasts. One of them was the imperial tutor, as well as the water Qilin and the ink Qilin. The other person was short and average-looking, but looking at the burly man, there was an imperceptible light in the depths of this person's eyes. That's right. This person was Yen Wei. The burly man put away the image crystal and ignored Yen Wei and the others. He turned and walked to the door, bowed and said, "Master, Sima Yuan reported that Qin Feiyang's inner demons are undergoing tribulation on the Demon Dragon Island. Do we need to stop him?" There was no sound coming from the hall. It was dead silent. Let Sima Yuan wait for an opportunity. After a while, finally, an old voice sounded. "Understood." The burly man responded respectfully and passed the message to Sima Yuan. Yen Wei looked at the burly man and whispered, "Imperial tutor, what do you mean by wait for an opportunity? You still don't understand? Lord Devil Ancestor's intention is to see if Qin Feiyang's heart demon can successfully pass the tribulation. If he fails, Sima Yuan doesn't have to do anything. But if there is a possibility of success, then we have to stop him." The Imperial tutor whispered. "So that's how it is." Yen Wei pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then, he casually glanced at the burly man and the water Qilin and said in a low voice, "Lord Imperial Preceptor, can I take a walk around?" The Imperial tutor's pupils contracted and he asked suspiciously, "What's there to stroll around?" Yen Wei transmitted his voice, "To be honest, I want to find out the demon ancestor's background." "What do you mean?" The Imperial tutor's heart trembled as he asked quietly. Yen Wei said secretly, "My lord, have you never thought that we might just be pawns in the demon ancestor's hands? Don't talk nonsense. The demon ancestor is so good to us. How can he treat us as pawns?" The Imperial tutor was angry. "Then I would like to ask, my lord. The demon ancestor has many elites under his command. Why didn't he send them to deal with the Lu family? Why did he send you and young Master Ming Yang?" Yen Wei transmitted his voice. When the Imperial tutor heard that, he immediately quivered and said, "What do you mean?" "From what I see, the demon ancestor is using us as cannon fodder to test the Lu family's background. And I also noticed that the blood Qilin rushed to the Lu family. It didn't seem like it was to save us. It was for the space item." Yen Wei thought. "Why didn't I notice that?" The Imperial tutor was confused. "My lord, think carefully. When it heard the news of young Master Ming Yang's death, what was the blood Qilin's reaction?" Yen Wei said. When the Imperial tutor heard that, he subconsciously recalled. "Although I was inside the space item, I heard every word the blood Qilin said. In its words, it was full of disdain for young Master Ming Yang. My lord, to be honest, I really don't think young Master Ming Yang's death was worth it." Yen Wei secretly snorted. The Imperial tutor frowned slightly. It seemed to be true. He glanced at the hall before glancing at the robust man with a cold and indifferent expression, and then he sent a voice transmission to Yen Wei. "What you said makes sense as well. We have to take precautions. All right, find an excuse to leave. But remember, you must not act rashly here. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you." "Don't worry, my lord." Yen Wei secretly agreed. He looked at the big man and bowed. "My lord, do you have a restaurant here?" "Huh." The big man turned to look at Yen Wei and frowned. "Why do you want a restaurant?" "To be honest, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like this. And in the past few years in God's ruin, I haven't touched a drop of wine. I can't help it. Plus, aren't we about to fight Qin Feiyang? I'm afraid that if I don't drink now, I won't have a chance in the future." Yen Wei smiled flatteringly. When the big man heard that, his face suddenly showed contempt. He said, "So, you are a good-for-nothing. But you don't have to worry. With your strength, you don't even qualify to participate in the fight." Yes. "My strength is not enough, but young Master Ming Yang's death is like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. It is so painful that I want to die. Facing Qin Feiyang, I don't even qualify to participate in the fight. But if there is a chance, I can deal with his companions. According to my previous investigation, some of his companions are weaker than me. I can deal with them easily. Anyway, I must make him pay with his blood." Yen Wei gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred. Chapter 1807. The burly man was stunned when he heard this. He said, "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lord Imperial Tutor has shown me kindness, and young Master Mingyang has also saved my life. If I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man." Yen Wei spoke resolutely and decisively, his face full of righteousness. "Good, if I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man. Although your strength is not good, your character is not bad. I'll allow you to go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and get drunk." The burly man laughed and seemed to be very satisfied with Yen Wei. "Thank you." Yen Wei was pleasantly surprised and said gratefully. A smile also appeared on the Imperial Tutor's face. He looked at Yen Wei and said, "Although Lord Sima Kun allows you to drink, don't drink too much and don't cause trouble." "I remember." Yen Wei bowed and said. After that, he looked at the burly man and said with a flattering smile, "Lord, where is the Wind Moon Pavilion?" "The inner city. I'll send you there." The burly man waved his hand and Yen Wei disappeared without a trace. On a bustling street, there was a lot of people and traffic. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the crowd. This person was Yen Wei. "I didn't expect there to be so many people here." Looking at the pedestrians on the street, Yen Wei was quite surprised. And right next to him, there was a magnificent restaurant. Above the main door, there was a golden plaque with 3 strong words engraved on it. Wind Moon Pavilion. At the entrance of the restaurant, people came and went. At the entrance, there were 2 waiters who kept sending and receiving customers. They were very busy. "It seems that first I have to figure out where this place is." Yen Wei looked at the restaurant, his eyes flashing slightly, and strode to the door of the restaurant. "Sir, please come in." The 2 waiters smiled and received him. Yen Wei nodded and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, another waiter came up and said with a smile, "Sir, are you alone?" "Yes." Yen Wei responded and scanned the hall. The hall was basically full. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, and all sorts of voices were intertwined, making it seem extremely noisy. But the cultivation of the people here was extremely powerful. According to his observation, they were all battle emperors. Yen Wei raised his head and looked up again. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Looking from the outside, the entire restaurant looked like a single entity. It was unknown how many floors there were. Only when he was in the restaurant did he know that the Wind Moon Pavilion had at least 50 to 60 floors. This was the tallest and most spectacular restaurant he had ever seen in his life. "Sir?" The shop assistant standing next to Yen Wei raised his arm and waved it in front of Yen Wei's eyes. Yen Wei immediately came back to his senses and asked with a smile, "Are there any empty rooms on the top floor?" The shop assistant was slightly taken aback. Sizing up Yen Wei, he said with a smile, "Sir, looks like this is your first time coming to our Wind Moon Pavilion." "How so?" Yen Wei was surprised. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Do you know who the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion is?" Yen Wei nodded. "You don't know? Are you one of us?" The shop assistant looked at him suspiciously. Yen Wei smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm not from here." "What? You came in from outside?" The shop assistant's gaze suddenly became unfriendly. "Yes, I'm from the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire." Yen Wei nodded. "Someone from the imperial capital." The shop assistant's eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he shouted, "Guards, there's an intruder." "What? Intruder?" The noisy hall immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yen Wei. Very soon, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, more than 10 burly men ran out from the back hall. Their cultivation was all 9-star battle emperors. "Who's the intruder?" They looked at the shop assistant and asked. "It's him. He's from the Great Qin Empire." The shop assistant pointed at Yen Wei and said angrily, "He's from the Great Qin Empire." Hearing the shop assistant's words, whether it was the guests present or the staff of the restaurant, their eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The dozen or so burly men immediately surrounded Yen Wei. "It seems that the people here are very prejudiced against the Great Qin Empire." Yen Wei looked around. Even though he was heavily surrounded, there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. The shop assistant stared at Yen Wei and shouted, "Tell me, how did you sneak in? What's your purpose?" "I walked in openly," Yen Wei said. "Bullshit. Our Shanghai and your imperial capital have always been at odds. How could we let you walk in openly? If you don't behave, don't blame us for being impolite," the shop assistant said angrily. Yen Wei smiled helplessly. He had come in openly in the first place. It was also Sima Kun who personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion. Why didn't he behave? What's going on? At this moment, a black-haired old man with a red face walked over, his expression full of displeasure. Yen Wei looked at the black-haired old man and narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura that this person exuded actually carried a faint trace of divine might. It could be seen that this old man might be a false god. The person in charge of a restaurant was actually a false god. How terrifying was the foundation of this demon ancestor? The shop assistant ran to the black-haired old man and said in a deep voice, "Manager, this person is from the imperial capital." "What? Someone from the imperial capital?" The black-haired old man's expression changed. He stepped forward to size up Yen Wei and frowned. "Are you really from the imperial capital?" "Yes." Yen Wei nodded. "How is this possible? How could someone from the imperial capital enter Shanghai and come to our Wind Moon Pavilion recklessly?" The black-haired old man was in disbelief. Suddenly, a divine might emerged and pounced on Yen Wei. He is indeed a false god. Yen Wei's heart trembled. Although he was only a war emperor over the years, not to mention a false god, he had even seen a war god. So as long as the other party released his aura, he would be able to distinguish the other party's cultivation. Boom! The divine might rolled over. Yen Wei's legs immediately trembled and he knelt down uncontrollably. His eyes darkened slightly as he stared at the black-haired old man and said, "You'd better withdraw your divine might immediately, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences later." "How dare you be so arrogant? Kneel down." The black-haired old man's eyes flashed with hostility and the pressure intensified. Plop. Yen Wei knelt on the ground on the spot. This also made him completely annoyed as he laughed sinisterly. "You should know Lord Sima Kun." "Lord Sima?" The black-haired old man was shocked. "It was Lord Sima Kun who brought me into Shanghai. It was also Lord Sima Kun who personally sent me to the Wind Moon Pavilion. I think you should know who you have offended now." Yen Wei laughed sinisterly. "What? Lord Sima Kun brought him into Shanghai? And personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion? You must be lying. He's just a little combat emperor. How could he be related to Lord Sima Kun?" Everyone was discussing. The black-haired old man was also in disbelief. "You don't believe me? Then you can ask Lord Sima Kun yourself." Yen Wei sneered. Looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Could it really be related to Lord Sima Kun? If that's the case, then this matter is going to blow up. Everyone was bewildered. The black-haired old man sized up Yen Wei and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at the dozen or so strong men and shouted, "Watch him carefully." The dozen or so strong men nodded. Then, the black-haired old man hurriedly left. The pressure also dissipated. Yen Wei stood up, stared at the shop assistant and grinned. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you later." Humph. The shop assistant had a look of contempt. But in his heart he was extremely nervous. If this person was really related to Lord Sima Kun, then he was completely finished this time. Because as a shop assistant, he had seen too many people and could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Not long after, the black-haired old man ran out again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on him. At this moment, the black-haired old man's head was covered in sweat. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It seemed that what this person said was true. Otherwise, why would the steward of the Wind Moon Pavilion be so panicked? "Get lost." Before the black-haired old man arrived, he had already shouted at the dozen or so burly men with a stern expression. The dozen or so strong men trembled and quickly retreated to the side. It's over. Hearing this, the shop assistant's face instantly turned pale. The black-haired old man ran in front of Yen Wei, his old face full of smiles, and said apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry, it was purely a misunderstanding just now, please forgive me." Forgive? If you were forced to kneel in front of everyone for no reason, would you forgive the other party so easily? Yen Wei sneered. Yes. It's my fault. I apologize to you. But in the end, it's all his fault. The black-haired old man immediately glared at the shop assistant and said angrily, "Are your eyes on your butt? How dare you be rude to our esteemed guest?" The shop assistant's body trembled and his face was pale. The black-haired old man shouted, "Kneel down and apologize." Plop. The shop assistant quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please don't lower yourself to my level, okay?" Yen Wei sneered. In the past, he was very disdainful of such bullying behavior. But now, he was very happy. The reason was that he was using Sima Kuen's power to bully Sima Kuen's people. The black-haired old man glanced at the shop assistant and said with a smile, "Brother, don't lose your mood because of these small fries. Today, this old man will personally accompany you to drink to your heart's content." "That's true." Yen Wei nodded with a smile, then looked at the manager and said, "But the manager is busy, so I don't dare to disturb you. Plus, I've always liked to drink alone." "If that's the case, then this old man will not disturb brother's mood. Brother, eat and drink well, all the expenses will be on my Wind Moon Pavilion's account." The black-haired old man smiled, looked at the shop assistant and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly bring this brother to the VIP room and treat him well." The shop assistant bowed and then looked at Yen Wei with a flattering smile. "Sir, please go upstairs." Yen Wei nodded, then straightened his back and placed his hands behind his back. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked up the stairs in large strides. A mere combat monarch was valued so highly by Sima Kuen, and was even arranged to be in the VIP room. It was impossible not to be envious. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1808. Milord, walk slowly, be careful of slippery roads. Milord, wait a moment, there's water on the ground, let me wipe it before you go. The attitude of the waiter had also changed 180 degrees. Yen Wei also looked like he was enjoying it. A moment later, the waiter brought Yen Wei to the top floor. Yen Wei stopped in the corridor and scanned the surroundings. "What's wrong?" The waiter thought that he had done something wrong and became nervous again. "I asked you if there were any extra rooms here, but from your expression, this seems to be a forbidden area. Why did you bring me up now?" Yen Wei was suspicious. "So it's this." The waiter secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "To be honest, this is the forbidden area of the Wind Moon Pavilion." "What do you mean?" Yen Wei was puzzled. "Milord, you may not know, but this Wind Moon Pavilion was founded by Lord Sima Kuen. In other words, Lord Sima Kuen is the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion. And this floor is specially used by Lord Sima Kuen to entertain distinguished guests. So, usually, this place is not open to the public and no one dares to set foot here." The waiter said. "I see." Yen Wei nodded in realization. It seemed that Sima Kuen really appreciated him, otherwise, why would he allow him to enter this floor? He also began to calculate in his heart. If he failed to eliminate the demon ancestor this time, could he take the opportunity to lurk beside Sima Kuen? Sima Kuen was one of the strongest subordinates of the demon ancestor. Lurking beside Sima Kuen was equivalent to lurking beside the demon ancestor. "Milord, please." The waiter said. "Lead the way." Yen Wei said. While following the waiter to the VIP lounge, he silently calculated. After a while, under the guidance of the waiter, Yen Wei entered the so-called VIP lounge. Seeing the decorations here, even the knowledgeable Yen Wei could not help but be shocked. The VIP lounge was 500 to 600 feet long, and whether it was the floor or the walls, they were all inlaid with extremely rare divine jade. The tables, chairs, and tea sets were all made of divine wood. The entire VIP lounge looked resplendent and luxurious. The waiter walked to the table and pulled out a chair. He smiled and said, "Sir, please have a seat. Go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and bring me a few jugs of the best wine." Yen Wei said, "All right." The shop assistant nodded and ran out. Yen Wei's eyes flashed and he immediately closed the door. Then he walked to a window and pushed it open. Towering and majestic buildings suddenly appeared in front of him. This was an extremely large ancient city, occupying an area of 500 to 600 square kilometers. In the city, the houses were scattered in a picturesque way. The streets were filled with people. Outside the city, there was an endless mountain range, and one could faintly feel a terrifying aura from the mountain range. This is the demon ancestor's spatial divine item, the ancient city, Yen Wei mumbled. In this ancient city, he could sense the auras of at least several million people. Never would he have thought that the fiend ancestor's foundation had already developed to such a terrifying extent. This matter must be reported to the young lord as soon as possible. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yen Wei closed the window, sat in front of the table and said, "Come in." The door opened. The shop assistant ran in with 5 or 6 jugs of wine. Yen Wei said, "Put them aside and don't disturb me without my orders." The shop assistant nodded. After putting down the wine jugs, he immediately turned around and ran out, closing the door. When the shop assistant's footsteps faded away, Yen Wei's eyes flashed slightly and he took out the image crystal. Demon Dragon Island. In the sky, blood clouds rolled and the heavenly might shook the world. A huge blood-colored lightning blasted toward the inner demons. This was already the 25th tribulation. After being constantly bombarded by the tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had almost dissipated by a quarter. Qin Feiyang was also getting more and more worried. If this situation continued, the inner demons would definitely not be able to hold on until the end. Because the Blood Kirin had said that the first 98 tribulations were nothing, but the most terrifying one was the last one. The power of the last tribulation was the sum of the first 98 tribulations. What kind of concept was that? He didn't dare to think about it at all. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal buzzed and vibrated. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise. "What's wrong?" Zhao Tlai looked at him suspiciously. "Someone sent me a message," Qin Feiyang secretly said. "Who would send you a message at this time?" Zhao Tlai frowned. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and he said in surprise, "Could it be Yen Wei?" "Blood Kirin, protect the inner demons for me," Qin Feiyang said to the Blood Kirin and flashed into the Black Tortoise realm. Then he immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Yen Wei? Finally, the day I've been waiting for has arrived. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. On one hand, it was because Yen Wei was still alive. On the other hand, Yen Wei must have known where the demon ancestor was hiding. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm in Shanghai. It's another space divine object of the demon ancestor." Yen Wei laughed. Qin Feiyang said, "They didn't suspect you, did they?" "If they suspected me, would I still be standing here and sending you a message?" Yen Wei smiled, then his face turned serious and said, "Young master, long story short, the demon ancestor's current location is..." Without waiting for Yen Wei to say it, Qin Feiyang had already clenched his hands in excitement. However, a sudden change occurred. Just as Yen Wei opened his mouth, 2 burly figures silently appeared behind Yen Wei. One of them was a tall and sturdy man. The other was a white-haired old man. That's right. It was the burly man, Sima Kun, and the imperial tutor. Seeing the appearance of Sima Kun and the imperial tutor, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. Although he didn't know Sima Kun yet, looking at the imperial tutor, he knew that Yen Wei's identity had been exposed. Qin Feiyang was just about to remind Yen Wei when Sima Kun waved his hand, and his divine power surged out, immediately imprisoning Yen Wei. Yen Wei's expression also changed at the sudden appearance of this divine power. At the same time, his heart was also filled with disbelief. Wasn't Sima Kun guarding the demon ancestor? Why would he suddenly appear here? Sima Kun looked at Yen Wei mockingly, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and smiled. Qin Feiyang, let me introduce myself. My name is Sima Kun. Sima Kun. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Sima Kun said, I guess you already know about my existence from the blood Qilin. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, a low-level war god with a supreme-grade divine artifact. You are one of the strongest war gods by the demon ancestor's side. That's right. Actually, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, the legendary genius, but I never had the chance. This made me feel a little regretful. But now, I can finally meet you in person. I have to say, you are indeed very powerful. You have already planted spies around the imperial tutor. Sima Kun said with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial tutor, then looked at Sima Kun and said, when did you find out about Yen Wei's identity? Just now. Sima Kun smiled. Just now? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yen Wei was also very surprised. Could it be that someone had been secretly watching him? Bang. At this moment, the black-haired old man and the shop assistant pushed open the door and ran in. As soon as they saw Sima Kun, their faces suddenly changed, and they bowed and said, Greetings, Lord. Sima Kun nodded. The black-haired old man looked at Yen Wei, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and said in shock, Lord, what's going on? Although Qin Feiyang had never been to Shanghai, people with a little status and identity had basically seen Qin Feiyang's image. At the same time, the shop assistant looked at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Yen Wei looked at the two of them, and his heart became more and more puzzled. Originally, he thought that the two of them were secretly watching him, but looking at their reactions, it seemed that they didn't know anything. Sima Kun glanced at Yen Wei, his eyes full of ridicule, and said, Don't guess, I will tell you the answer. This restaurant looks like an ordinary building, but it is actually a divine artifact. What? Divine artifact? Yen Wei was surprised. That's right. And I am the owner of this divine artifact. Thus, when you took out the image crystal and sent a message to Qin Feiyang, the artifact spirit of the divine artifact immediately notified me. Sima Kun said, Artifact spirit? Yen Wei looked shocked and asked, Is this your supreme-grade divine artifact? Correct. Sima Kun nodded. Damn it, Yen Wei was furious. Never would he have thought that this restaurant was actually transformed from a divine artifact. And it was a supreme-grade divine artifact. The one who should die is you. I trusted you so much that I even planned to give you the divine art, but you are actually a spy sent by Qin Feiyang. The imperial preceptor said angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me working for you? Yen Wei sneered, his face full of disdain. Ah! The imperial preceptor laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, Little bastard, this person should be very important to you. Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly sank. Clang. The imperial preceptor took out a dagger and said with a grin, Open your eyes and watch for me, now I will cut him alive. You dare? Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light. Ha! The imperial preceptor laughed again and waved his hand at Yen Wei. A piece of flesh the size of a palm suddenly fell from Yen Wei's chest, blood flowing out. Old bastard, I swear to the heavens, I will not let you go. Qin Feiyang roared. It was as if the saber had landed on his body, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. I know you want to kill me. But can you do it? Now you can't even save your own men. How is it? Are you desperate? Do you regret it? Regret letting him lurk by my side? Unfortunately, it's too late. The imperial preceptor waved his dagger, and a piece of flesh fell from Yen Wei's body. Blood dyed his lower body red. However, Yen Wei didn't even frown, and suddenly roared, Young master, to the east. He wanted to tell Qin Feiyang his location before he died. However, before he could say anything, Sima Kun's pressure intensified, and Yen Wei was immediately completely imprisoned. He couldn't even open his mouth. Think about it. The devil ancestor's divine body had yet to be successfully fused. How could Sima Kun let Yan Wei reveal his location to Qin Feiyang? So, he had been paying attention to Yan Wei. As long as Yan Wei had the intention to reveal their location, he would immediately shut him up. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top mobile version reading website. Chapter 1809. Qin Feiyang suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Sima Kun and said, "If there's anything, just come at me, there's no need to make things difficult for a small character like him." Small character? Indeed, he's just a small character. If it were someone else, a person like him would be thrown away like cannon fodder at any time. But you're different. You're Qin Feiyang. As long as it's the people around you, no matter how insignificant their strength is, you will treat them as important as your own life. Sima Kun said. "You really know me well." Qin Feiyang said gloomily. "Of course. Although I've never seen you before, I've had people investigate your character and conduct." Sima Kun laughed. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you should also know what will happen to those who go against me in the end? Little guy, don't be too confident. We're not the opponents you've encountered before. That's it. 3 days later, I'll come to find you personally. At that time, you must let me see your ability." Sima Kun smiled proudly, grabbed the image crystal in Yan Wei's hand, and crushed it with a crack. Immediately, everyone's shadows dissipated in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Damn it, Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart burst out in an instant. The self-blame in the depths of his heart was like a tide, drowning him completely. Last time at the miracle, Yan Wei could have already succeeded and retreated. It was him who made Yan Wei, once again, return to the side of Zhuge Mingyang and the Imperial Preceptor. In other words, it was him who pushed Yan Wei into the fire pit with one hand. All these years, Yan Wei had sacrificed too much for him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to make it up to Yan Wei, but now he didn't even have the chance to make it up to him. Why? People like the Fiend Ancestor, the Imperial Preceptor, and Mu Tianyang had always been living in this world, harming the human world. However, a righteous and sincere person like Yan Wei had fallen into the hands of evil people. God, can't you be a little more fair? At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with hatred. I hate this damned god. That damned Fiend Ancestor. Hate him even more, hate himself even more. Shanghai. Wind Moon Pavilion. The entire VIP lounge was filled with a bone-piercing smell of blood. The Imperial Preceptor's face was ferocious as he kept waving his dagger. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The flesh on Yan Wei's upper body had almost all been cut off. The ghastly white bones were a ghastly sight. The black-haired old man and the shop assistant could not bear to watch such a bloody scene, because just looking at it made them feel unbearable. However, Yan Wei's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if he had lost consciousness and could not feel any pain. Of course, everyone knew that Yan Wei definitely did not lose consciousness. He was relying on his strong willpower to endure the pain of being cut alive. It was hard to imagine. How strong was one's willpower to be able to do this? Even though Yan Wei was their enemy, they couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Sima Kun was the same. In the face of the pain of being cut alive, no one would be able to remain calm. But this person didn't even blink his eyes. This kind of willpower was truly terrifying. Even he, an early-stage war god, was ashamed of his inferiority. Stop. Suddenly, Sima Kun waved his hand. The Imperial Preceptor was slightly taken aback. He withdrew his dagger and looked at Sima Kun suspiciously, asking, "Lord, what is the meaning of this?" Sima Kun ignored him and looked at Yan Wei. As expected of Qin Feiyang's man, no wonder he cares so much about you. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it. Yan Wei said expressionlessly. Not afraid of death, you are a talent. How about this, follow me? As long as you are as loyal to me as you are to Qin Feiyang, I will give you whatever you want. Sima Kun laughed. What? Lord, he is a spy. The Imperial Preceptor's expression changed as he hurriedly said. Sima Kun glanced at the Imperial Preceptor with an extremely unfriendly gaze and said, "When I don't ask you to speak, you'd better not interrupt." The Imperial Preceptor's pupils constricted as he hurriedly replied respectfully. The dignified Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qin, and now a war god, is like a servant, nodding and bowing to others. Don't you think it's sad? Yen Wei looked at the Imperial Preceptor with a face full of ridicule. These words undoubtedly poked the Imperial Preceptor's Achilles' heel, and his old eyes flashed with a fierce light. You don't have to provoke him. Because even if you lend him a few hundred guts, he wouldn't dare to rebel against Lord Demon Ancestor. Zhuge Xinyun, am I right? Sima Kun glanced at Yen Wei and asked the Imperial Preceptor. Yes. The Imperial Preceptor nodded repeatedly. You are indeed made to be a servant. Yen Wei mocked. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at Yen Wei, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Sima Kun looked at Yen Wei and said, Answer this, Lord. Yen Wei pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, Just now, you said that as long as I follow you, you will give me whatever I want, right? Sima Kun nodded. Then I want Zhuge Xinyun's life. Yen Wei snickered. You are courting death. The Imperial Preceptor was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move because of Sima Kun. That won't do. Lord Demon Ancestor spent a lot of effort to nurture Zhuge Xinyun. Sima Kun shook his head. Yen Wei sneered, Then what are you still talking about? Hurry up and kill me, or you will die in my hands sooner or later. Sima Kun disdainfully looked at the black-haired elder and ordered, Send him to the Demon Pagoda. Demon Pagoda? The black-haired elder was stunned. The Imperial Preceptor was also stunned. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly said, Lord, he is just a small fry. Why are you sending him to the Demon Pagoda? A small fry can deceive you for so many years, and you still have the nerve to be noisy? Sima Kun raised his eyebrows. The Imperial Preceptor immediately lowered his head, his expression extremely ugly. If this lord had to choose, this lord would rather choose him than you. Because he is more intelligent than you. Sima Kun snorted and looked at the black-haired elder. After reaching the Demon Pagoda, hand him over to King Yen. With that, Sima Kun waved his hand and disappeared with the Imperial Preceptor. King Yen, the black-haired elder murmured, his expression was full of fear. He then looked at the servant and ordered, Clean this place up, not a single trace of blood can be found. The servant nodded. The black-haired elder grabbed Yen Wei and flew out of the window, flying out of the city. Demon Pagoda, King Yen. The servant raised his head and looked at the black-haired elder's back. An imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He then turned and strode out of the room, returning to the hall on the first floor. Servant, what happened up there? Did Lord Sima Kun come back? When the people in the hall saw the servant coming down, they immediately asked at once. Nothing, just a small matter. The servant shook his head and smiled, then walked to the counter and picked up a rag. Suddenly, the servant slapped his head and ran to the horse-faced servant next to him. He smiled and begged, Brother, can you help me clean the VIP lounge? Clean the VIP lounge? The horse-faced servant was stunned. He glanced at the customers around and whispered, Just now, did a bloody incident happen up there? The servant nodded. As expected, the horse-faced servant narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, You asked me to clean the VIP lounge, then what are you going to do? The servant said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I have to go back and deal with it. Help me, I'll treat you to a drink next time. The horse-faced servant's eyes lit up and he chuckled, You said it, don't go back on your word. We've known each other for so many years, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word? The servant snorted with some dissatisfaction, then stuffed the rag into the horse-faced servant's hand and smiled. Don't worry, I promise I'll let you drink to your heart's content. After that, the servant turned and walked out of the restaurant, standing in the middle of the crowd on the street. He seemed to inadvertently look up at the restaurant, then sped up and quickly disappeared. Outside the city, the mountains were undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. There were traces of fierce beasts everywhere in the mountains, and they were extremely strong. Even pseudo-god-level beasts could be seen everywhere. After the black-haired elder left the city with Yen Wei, they went straight into the depths of the mountains. So, the shop assistant also left the city and stood on top of a mountain ridge. He glanced at the ferocious beasts in the mountains and took out a thumb-sized black jade pendant from his Jianghu bag. He hung it around his neck and entered the mountains without looking back. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be shocked. That black jade pendant was actually made of hidden soul stone. As for the black-haired elder, after going deep into the mountains for dozens of miles, he slowly slowed down, turned his head to look at Yen Wei, and sneered, "Do you know? You're very unlucky." "What do you mean?" Yen Wei frowned. "Although you saved your life, you'll fall into the hands of the Flame King soon. Do you know what kind of person the Flame King is?" The black-haired elder said. "I don't know." Yen Wei shook his head. "Let me tell you, he's a devil who eats people without spitting out the bones. Do you know what happened to those who fell into his hands?" The black-haired elder didn't hide the gloating in his eyes. "It's nothing more than living a life worse than death." Yen Wei sneered. The black-haired elder was stunned, but he didn't show any fear. But thinking about it, even in the face of such a cruel method of being skinned alive, other methods seemed to be nothing to this person. However, Yen Wei's disdainful attitude made the black-haired elder extremely unhappy. Especially when he remembered that not long ago in the Wind Moon Pavilion, he actually nodded and bowed to this person. The anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. Immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swooped down with Yen Wei and landed in a valley below. "What are you doing?" Yen Wei looked at him coldly. "What am I doing?" The black-haired elder smiled sinisterly and threw Yen Wei to the ground. Yen Wei's body was already full of scars, and now that the black-haired elder threw him, the heart-wrenching pain suddenly became more intense. But Yen Wei still didn't even frown. He climbed up from the ground and stared at the black-haired elder with a lifeless look, showing an extremely strong attitude. Chapter 1810. But it was this kind of look, this kind of expression, that made the black-haired old man even more angry. It felt as if Yen Wei was silently mocking him. "I don't believe that in this world, there are really people who are not afraid of death." With a stern shout, the black-haired old man lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked Yen Wei in the stomach. Bang! Yen Wei flew out on the spot and hit the ground dozens of meters away. With a bang, a big pit appeared on the ground. Yen Wei lay in the big pit, his expression still unchanged. He slowly got up and walked out of the big pit step by step. The blood on his body mixed with the mud, making him look extremely miserable. Moreover, after walking out of the big pit, he looked at the black-haired old man again. That dead gaze, without the slightest bit of anger. It was as if everything the black-haired old man did had nothing to do with him. This look almost drove the black-haired old man crazy. He took a step to the front of Yen Wei, grabbed Yen Wei's neck with his left hand, and punched Yen Wei's face with his right hand. Yen Wei's face suddenly split open, and blood splattered everywhere. "Shouldn't you hate me for torturing you like this? Shouldn't you have the intention to kill me? What do you mean by this expression? Quickly be angry, quickly roar, quickly say that you hate me." The black-haired old man roared as he punched Yen Wei's face again and again. But Yen Wei, like a robot without feelings, did not make a sound no matter how the black-haired old man tortured him. Finally, on the contrary, the black-haired old man was so tired that he was panting. At this time, Yen Wei just opened his mouth, his words were full of disdain, and said, "You are not qualified to make me hate you." When the black-haired old man heard this, his expression instantly became incomparably ferocious. Like a mad beast, he kicked Yen Wei over. "Not even qualified to make you hate me? Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that this old man will end your dog life right now?" The black-haired old man stepped on Yen Wei's chest and looked down at Yen Wei with a sinister smile. Yen Wei mocked, "Then you better think about how you're going to explain this to Sima Kuan." "Huh." The black-haired old man raised his head and laughed angrily. To be able to remain so calm even now, He really was a person who wasn't afraid of death. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and lowered his head to stare at Yen Wei. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? You should know that the number of ferocious beasts here is not ordinary, and they are also not ordinary strong. When Lord Sima Kun asks about it, I'll say that we were attacked by ferocious beasts on the way and you accidentally died under their claws. I don't think Lord Sima Kun will investigate a small fry like you to the end. The black-haired old man laughed sinisterly. Yen Wei said, and then? You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Smart. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me right now and beg me to let you go, I will spare your dog life. The black-haired old man said. Yen Wei said indifferently, do you think I will beg for mercy from a dog? Preposterous. You actually dare to insult this old man. It seems that I have no choice but to kill you today. Go to hell. The black-haired old man was furious. The power of the false god emerged, exuding a destructive aura. Young master, farewell. Fatso, Lu Hong brother wolf, I'll be leaving first. Take care. Looking at this scene, Yen Wei's expression was still without the slightest bit of fear. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured with a smile. Shua. However, at this moment, a figure silently rushed into the valley. When he saw that the black-haired old man was actually going to kill Yen Wei, the figure immediately took out a dagger and rushed behind the black-haired old man like lightning. Accompanied by a puff, the dagger immediately sank into the black-haired old man's chi-si. Faced with this sudden change, the black-haired old man was shocked. He quickly turned his head and his old face was immediately filled with disbelief. And with his chi-si destroyed, the power of the false god quickly dissipated. Sensing this change, Yen Wei suspiciously opened his eyes. When he saw the person standing behind the black-haired old man, his expression suddenly froze. How could it be you? That's right. The person who suddenly appeared and saved Yen Wei was the shop assistant he had met in the Wind Moon Pavilion. Faced with Yen Wei's question, the shop assistant's face showed a trace of a smile, but he did not say anything. He grabbed the black-haired old man and then brought Yen Wei to an unfamiliar place. This was a secret room about 10 feet wide and completely sealed off. The entire secret room was empty and there was nothing in it. The shop assistant threw the black-haired old man on the ground and looked at Yen Wei with a smile. It's safe now. What is this place? It's still you. Aren't you the shop assistant of the Wind Moon Pavilion? Why did you save me? Yen Wei looked at the secret room and the shop assistant in surprise. This is my spatial divine item, the shop assistant said. Spatial divine item? Yen Wei was stunned and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A shop assistant of a restaurant actually had a spatial divine item? A shop assistant of a restaurant has a low status. How could he have a spatial divine item? He pondered for a moment and realized that something was wrong. He looked up at the shop assistant and said in a deep voice, Who the hell are you? Even if I tell you, you don't necessarily know me. The shop assistant said. Whether I know you or not, I won't know until you tell me. Yen Wei's expression was full of vigilance. To think that someone from Shanghai would actually save him. This was too strange. The black-haired old man also looked at the shop assistant in surprise. The shop assistant was silent for a while, then took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. After a while, an unfamiliar face appeared in Yen Wei's line of sight. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure, a rough face, and mottled white hair on his temples, giving people a sense of vicissitudes. Who the hell are you? In my impression, there is no such person as you in Shanghai. The black-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise and anger. I've never said that I'm from Shanghai. The middle-aged man sneered and looked at Yen Wei. Do you know me? Yen Wei shook his head. The middle-aged man said, My name is Jiang Jingyi, and I have another name, Jiang Qianqing. What? You are Jiang Jingyi. Yen Wei looked at the middle-aged man with a dumbfounded expression. The middle-aged man nodded. How could it be you? Aren't you with old Master Qin? Why are you in Shanghai now? Yen Wei was surprised. He had never seen Jiang Jingyi before, but he knew Jiang Jingyi's identity. It was Luo Qingzhu's father. It's a long story. I'll just say it briefly. A few years ago, I planned to enter the miracle, but when the miracle opened, old Master Qin asked me to come to the Sea of Reincarnation to help Qin Feiyang's mother. Later, when I found her, I wanted to persuade her to go back and not take the risk, but she didn't listen. I had no choice but to follow her to the demonic dragon island. Jianghu said. What? The mistress is also on the demonic dragon island? Yan Wei was shocked. Jianghu said, to be exact, she is in Shanghai now. Also in Shanghai, Yan Wei murmured. Yes. When we entered the demonic dragon island, we lurked in Shanghai to find the whereabouts of Emperor Qin and Lu Yun. Jianghu said. Emperor Qin? Lu Yun? Yan Wei was suspicious. Jianghu said, Emperor Qin is Qin Feiyang's grandfather, and Lu Yun is Qin Feiyang's grandfather. Then did you find them? Yan Wei asked. After we sneaked into Shanghai, we soon found that they were imprisoned in the demonic tower. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find this so-called demonic tower. Later, I found out that the Wind Moon Pavilion was actually Sima Kuen's restaurant, so I disguised myself and sneaked into the Wind Moon Pavilion, hoping to find Sima Kuen and the others. However, in the past few years, no one mentioned the demonic tower, and no one went to the demonic tower, and I didn't dare to ask. So I waited until today. Originally, I wanted to follow you and save you when you reached the demonic tower, but I didn't expect that this person wanted to kill you halfway. I had no choice but to take action in advance. Jianghu sighed. Now that his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be so easy to get the black-haired old man to tell him the location of the demonic tower. So that's the case. When Yan Wei heard this, he nodded in realization and said, What about Mistress? Where is she now? Jianghu said, She is in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Yan Wei was stunned. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is the largest trading place in Shanghai, and the owner behind it is another low-level war god, Sima Yuan. Back then, after we found out the details of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Wind Moon Pavilion, we entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Wind Moon Pavilion respectively in order to find the location of the demonic tower as soon as possible. Jianghu said. Yan Wei sighed and said, It's been hard on you. I'm fine, but it's Qin Feiyang's mother who worked hard. In order to find the location of the demonic tower, she bowed to the demonic lord's minions all day long in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Thinking back, when did she suffer such grievances? Jianghu sighed deeply. Don't worry, these days are coming to an end, because the young master has already taken action. Yan Wei sneered. Jianghu frowned and said, Speaking of Qin Feiyang, I really want to ask, does he have the confidence to enter the demonic dragon island now? Yan Wei smiled and said, Don't worry about this. If he doesn't have full confidence, the young master won't take action, but... Speaking of this, Yan Wei frowned again. But what? Jianghu said. The demonic lord only needs 3 days to merge with the divine body. We must send the location to the young master within 3 days. Otherwise, when the demonic lord recovers to his peak state, even the young master will have to pay the price. Yan Wei said worriedly. Jianghu nodded. But, although you saved me now, my image crystal has been destroyed by Sima Kuen, how can I send the message to the young master? Yan Wei's face was full of worry. Jianghu pondered for a while and asked, Are Qin Zhu and Ling Yunfei with Qin Feiyang? Yan Wei was stunned and said, They already met at the miracle, but I really don't know if they are together now because I came to Shanghai before the young master. Chapter 1811. Hearing this, Jianghu said, Regardless of whether they are together or not, I can only send them a message now. After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Seeing this, Yan Wei was pleasantly surprised. You can contact them? Of course. We were all by old Master Qin's side before. What's more, Qin Zhu is my daughter, there must be a contract bridge. Jianghu smiled. Yan Wei was taken aback, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Look at my head, I forget everything when I'm anxious. That's reasonable. Jianghu smiled and activated the image crystal. But there's a problem that I can't figure out. Old Master Qin is mysterious. Does he not know the location of the demon pagoda? Yen Wei looked at Jiang Jingyi suspiciously. I can't say much. I can only tell you that there are some things that old Master Qin can't intervene in. We can only rely on ourselves. Jiang Jingyi said. Yen Wei nodded and asked, Then when we were at the Wind Moon Pavilion, did you recognize me? Of course. Because I already knew that the confidant of the imperial tutor was you. But at that time, I didn't expect that you would send a message to Qin Feiyang at the Wind Moon Pavilion. I also thought that since Sima Kuan personally sent you to the Wind Moon Pavilion, you must also know that the Wind Moon Pavilion is a divine artifact, so I didn't secretly remind you. But I can't deny that this matter was indeed due to my carelessness and almost caused you to encounter misfortune. Jiang Jingyi said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, I feel guilty that I forced you to kneel in front of me at the Wind Moon Pavilion. Yen Wei said. It's okay. After all, you don't know my identity. Moreover, I also intended to act out this play. Because if I had told you my identity at that time, you might have given yourself away. At that time, if you were discovered by the artifact spirit, then both of us would be finished. Jiang Jingyi smiled. For the sake of the big picture, you didn't hesitate to let yourself be wronged. I admire Brother Jiang's character. Yen Wei sighed, his face full of admiration. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and said, What I did was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Yen Wei shook his head with a smile and said, I have another question. How did you sneak into the demonic dragon island in Modu? Jiang Jingyi pointed at the jade pendant on his chest. This is hidden soul stone. Yen Wei was shocked. With this concealing soul stone, as long as one is careful, sneaking into Demonic Dragon Island and Demonic City will not be difficult. Furthermore, at that time, the Demon City had yet to be taken away by the demon ancestor. It was located on the Demon Dragon Island. The people here could enter and leave freely. Jiang Jingyi said. I see. Yen Wei nodded. In the blink of an eye, an illusionary figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Qingzhu. Father. When Luo Qingzhu saw Jiang Jingyi, a trace of joy immediately crept onto her face. However, when she saw Yen Wei at the side, she was immediately stunned and then asked in surprise, Why are you here? Jiang Jingyi said, We'll talk about this later. Are you with Qin Feiyang? I'm in the ancient castle. Look, Ling Yunfei and the rest are also here. Moreover, we have also broken through to the pseudo-god realm. Luo Qingzhu said. Ling Yunfei and the rest also stood up and looked at Jiang Jingyi and Luo Qingzhu. All of you have broken through to the pseudo-god realm? It seems that all of you have gained a lot in this divine sight. However, the demon ancestor's foundation is quite terrifying. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Jingyi reminded and did not say anything else. Quickly asked Qin Feiyang to come here. We have something to say to him. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang had already left the Black Tortoise realm. Moreover, he had already told Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai about Yen Wei's situation. The two of them were also sad from the bottom of their hearts. Although they did not spend much time with Yen Wei, they had heard about Yen Wei's deeds from Fatso and the others. For Qin Feiyang, he had sacrificed his life. Such loyalty and courage made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. However, such a person had died just like that. How could they not be sad? However, they also knew that it had already happened. It was useless to be sad now. The most important thing now was to find the demon ancestor's location as soon as possible. Young master, since Yen Wei said, go east, then the demon ancestor's current location is most likely east of Demon Dragon Island. Why don't you go and look for him? As for the inner demons with Tang Hai and me, and the blood Kirin, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Tailai transmitted his voice. At the last moment, Yen Wei had said, go east. The inner demons have not formed a physical body yet. I can't be too far away from him. Otherwise, he will disappear. Moreover, going east might not necessarily be the east. It could be the southeast or the northeast. Although the general direction is the same, it is not that easy to find a space divine item. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Lai fell silent and did not suggest anything else. At the same time, the inner demons had passed 35 heavenly tribulations. Their consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Qin Feiyang was getting more and more worried. Feiyang, come to the castle. My father is looking for you. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind without any warning. Jiang Jingyi? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He secretly told Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin and immediately entered the castle. When he entered the castle and saw Yen Wei, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. This feeling was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang quickly asked, "Why are you two together?" "It was Jiang Jingyi who saved me. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of this person." Yen Wei grabbed the black-haired old man and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-haired old man, then looked at Yen Wei and said, "Your injuries, it doesn't matter. Now, let's make a long story short. Are you in the demon ancestor's original lair now?" Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good. Follow the southeast direction and search. About 200,000 miles, you will see a huge canyon. When you enter the canyon, you have to pay attention to the cliff on the left side of the canyon. Because somewhere on the cliff, there is a cave hidden. And the space divine item of Shanghai is now in that cave. But you have to be careful. According to Sima Kun, the demon ancestor left a strand of killing intent in the cave. He was afraid that you would find it and wanted to kill you by surprise." Yen Wei said. "Sure enough, it's not in the east." Qin Feiyang murmured and nodded. "I'll remember it." Yen Wei said again, "In addition, Sima Yuan is lurking near you. The demon ancestor ordered him to wait for an opportunity to move. He's really hiding nearby." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi. "I've told you the location of the demon ancestor. Now, tell me, why are you together?" "Yes, father, why are you in Shanghai?" Luo Qingzhu asked suspiciously. Jiang Jingyi smiled and looked at Luo Qingzhu. "I was bored, so I came to Shanghai to take a look." "Ah." Everyone was stunned. Yen Wei shook his head and smiled. "It's like this." Jiang Jingyi's eyes flashed as he interrupted Yen Wei. "Yen Wei, it's time for us to take action." Yen Wei was stunned. Jiang Jingyi did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. "Well, don't worry about us because we're safer than you." After that, he directly turned off the image crystal. Yen Wei looked at Jiang Jingyi suspiciously and said, "Brother Jiang, what do you mean? I don't want them to know about our current situation, and I don't want Qin Feiyang to know that his mother is here." Jiang Jingyi sighed. Yen Wei frowned. Jiang Jingyi said, "Then you want to answer me, who does Qin Feiyang care about the most in his life?" Yen Wei said, "Of course, it's his mother." "That's right. If Qin Feiyang knows that his mother is in Shanghai, do you think he can still fight outside in peace?" Jiang Jingyi said. "I see. Brother Jiang is really thoughtful." Yen Wei said. "It's not me who's thoughtful, it's Qin Feiyang's mother. She expected that Qin Feiyang would enter the demonic dragon island sooner or later, so she told me not to tell Qin Feiyang about her whereabouts." Jiang Jingyi said. "Mistress, she's really a great mother." Yen Wei sighed. "Yes." Jiang Jingyi nodded, then looked at the black-haired old man and said, "I know, you won't tell us the location of the demonic tower easily. It's good that you know." The black-haired old man sneered. Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, "Then you'd better be mentally prepared." "What do you want?" The black-haired old man was surprised. Jiang Jingyi said, "I'd like to know if you can remain as calm as Yen Wei when faced with the fate of being skinned alive." After saying that, Jiang Jingyi looked at Yen Wei. Yen Wei chuckled, first took a healing pill, then took out a dagger, and walked toward the black-haired old man step by step. Before Yen Wei could get close, the black-haired old man was already scared out of his wits. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had also left the ancient castle and appeared beside the Blood Kirin and Zhao Telai. At this time, he was in a good mood. "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Lai looked at him curiously. Yen Wei is not dead. And he has already told me the location of the demonic ancestor. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Really? The Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai were both surprised. Qin Feiyang responded and said, Sima Yuan is nearby, don't reveal anything. Sure enough, it's as I expected. This Sima Yuan will definitely not let the inner demons successfully pass the tribulation. The Blood Kirin thought. Then let's strike first and gain the upper hand. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? The Blood Kirin was surprised. As long as I can confirm that he is nearby, I can find him without anyone knowing. And kill him in one blow. Qin Feiyang said secretly, and his eyes were suffused with a wisp of dense killing intent. Zhao Lai thought for a moment and said, Young master, if we can really kill him in one blow, I suggest that we don't kill him. We should subdue him and deal with the demonic ancestor with us. Indeed, with the help of a novice war god, we have a better chance of winning. Tang Hai chimed in. Chapter 1812. Subdue him? That's impossible. When the Blood Kirin heard their words, it sneered. Tang Hai and the Blood Kirin looked at it suspiciously. Sima Yuan and Sima Kun are brothers. Their parents died when they were young and they lived on the streets. The Demon Alpha adopted them. You could say that the Demon Alpha is like a father to them. And the Demon Alpha trusts them very much. The Demon Alpha didn't even use the Blood Soul technique to control them. The Blood Kirin thought. What? The Demon Alpha is such a cautious person. He didn't use the Blood Soul technique to control them? Zhao Tailai and the Blood Kirin were shocked. That's right. You can imagine how much the Demon Alpha trusts them. To be more specific, their relationship with the Demon Alpha is like your relationship with Qin Feiyang. Maybe it's even stronger than your relationship with Qin Feiyang. The Blood Kirin said. If that's the case, then subduing him won't work. Zhao Tailai sighed, feeling a little regretful. A forced melon is not sweet. If he follows me, I'll let him live. But if he doesn't, I won't be merciful. Qin Feiyang said secretly and entered the Black Tortoise realm. He controlled the Black Tortoise realm and started a carpet search with the inner demons as the center. Two silhouettes flew up from the medicinal field below and landed beside Qin Feiyang. It was the Golden Leopard and Chui Li. Chui Li asked helplessly, Young master, when are you going to let me out? Don't worry. You'll be in the limelight one day. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You guys help me look. The man and the beast nodded and looked up to scan the void. They didn't miss a single spot. What is Qin Feiyang doing? He disappears and then reappears. On the mountain peak, Sima Yuan looked at the place where the inner demons were undergoing the tribulation and frowned. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. This throbbing. Sima Yuan immediately retracted his gaze and scanned the surrounding void. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Within the Black Tortoise world, Chui Li suddenly pointed at a certain spot on the screen and exclaimed, Young master, is that him? Qin Feiyang looked over and immediately saw Sima Yuan standing on the mountain peak. I've never seen Sima Yuan in person, but there can't be anyone else here. It should be him. Qin Feiyang said. Look at how he's looking around. Why do I feel that he seems to have noticed something? The Golden Leopard said with a frown. They definitely won't notice us. After all, this is the Black Tortoise world. Even divine sense can't detect it. Chui Li smiled. That's true. The Golden Leopard nodded. After a while, Sima Yuan stopped looking around and looked at the inner demons again. Young master, should we make a move too? Chui Li asked. Not for now. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took out the divine phoenix blade. Divine power surged into the blade, and a terrifying sharpness roared out. In the meantime, controlling the Black Tortoise world, it stopped behind Sima Yuan. The Golden Leopard stared at Sima Yuan's back and laughed. Chui Li, do you think Sima Yuan can react? Do you still need to say that? Chui Li rolled his eyes at the Golden Leopard. Just as Chui Li's voice fell, Qin Feiyang suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind Chui Li and slashed out with his saber. However, In the face of such a fierce and unexpected attack, Sima Yuan's face did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared a few miles away. On the contrary, Qin Feiyang was caught unprepared by this unforeseen event and froze in midair. How could it be? He actually failed? Could it be that Sima Yuan could detect the existence of the Black Tortoise world? Sima Yuan crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Look at you, you seem very surprised. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and raised his head to look at Sima Yuan. Actually, this seed is also quite surprised. You actually knew that I was hiding nearby, and even found me without making a sound. The Black Tortoise world is indeed extraordinary, Sima Yuan said. At that time in the sea region, you failed to sneak an attack on me, so it's not hard to guess that you should be secretly spying on us. Qin Feiyang said. Smart. Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Then do you want to know how this seat found you? If you are willing to tell me, I am willing to listen, Qin Feiyang said. Because of this, Sima Yuan said. A fiery red divine light shot out from his body, and a fist-sized heart appeared in the void. What is this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This is this seat's battle soul, Sima Yuan said. What? It's actually a battle soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There were really all kinds of battle souls in this world. This seat named this battle soul sensing heart. It's a little embarrassing to say that this seat's battle soul is just like the all-seeing eye. It has no lethality at all. Sima Yuan said helplessly. So sour. Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. Usually, a battle soul like this that had no lethality would have a heaven-defying ability. I can't believe that I am despised by you. Sima Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. But in the next moment, his expression became incomparably arrogant. Although this seat's battle soul has no lethality, it has an ability that others don't have, and that is the ability to sense danger. Sense danger? Qin Feiyang frowned. As long as someone comes close to me and wants to kill me, then no matter where that person is hiding, this seat's battle soul will be able to sense it. And it will give me a hint at the first moment. Sima Yuan said. Qin Feiyang frowned. So, before I made a move, you already knew that I was going to sneak an attack on you? There is no one else here besides you. And coincidentally, you disappeared. If it wasn't you, who could it be? Sima Yuan laughed. Amazing. Although there is a gap between you and a god of war like the Eye of Heaven, as long as you use it well, you can be invincible. Qin Feiyang said. Invincible is a bit exaggerated, but whoever wants to sneak an attack on me will never be able to do so. Sima Yuan laughed, his eyes full of mockery towards Qin Feiyang. Obviously, he was mocking Qin Feiyang's previous sneak attack, calling it stupid and ignorant. Qin Feiyang had seen all kinds of people, so how could he not see it? But he didn't take it to heart. He just smiled faintly and said, I heard from the blood Kirin that you and the demon Alpha are like father and son. So what? Sima Yuan asked. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I really feel sorry for you. A peerless powerhouse like you should be respected, but now, when I look at you, I only feel hatred. It's just reputation. It doesn't matter. Sima Yuan said lightly. The demon Alpha did raise you, but you shouldn't have chosen to be the enemy of the world, and you shouldn't have helped the evildoers. Qin Feiyang sighed. Sima Yuan said, Are you saying that I should go and save the world? Shouldn't that be the case? Qin Feiyang asked. Save the world? Sima Yuan murmured. Sima Yuan muttered while his gaze suddenly became ferocious to the extreme, and he seemed like a violent wild beast as he roared. I'm going to save all the living beings in the world, so who will save me? So much resentment. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Do you know what kind of life I went through? Actually, when I was young, my family was quite well off. Although there were no powerhouses at home, at least I didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and I had servants to serve me. But suddenly, one day, an enemy came to my door and my mother and I were killed. At that time, I was 8 years old and my brother was 6. We hid in the cellar and witnessed the scene with our own eyes. Do you know what it was like for two children to watch their parents die in front of their eyes? But then we were lucky. The enemy didn't find me and my brother, and we escaped the disaster. But what we didn't expect was that the damned butler and those lowly servants actually took away our family property after the enemy left, and didn't even leave us a single gold coin. That housekeeper even forcibly occupied our home. And those who used to have a good relationship with my parents also turned hostile, and looked at us as if they were looking at trash. Desperate, my brother and I began to wander the streets from then on, without food or clothes. In the cold winter, we two brothers curled up in a corner of an alley, hugging each other to keep warm. When we were hungry, we would go to the garbage to look for food. There was even one time when my brother almost froze to death in the snow. Do you know how cruel it was for two children? But at that time, no one extended a helping hand to us. Instead, they treated us like dogs. When they were in a good mood, they would give us some charity. When they were in a bad mood, they would beat and scold us. I really had enough. Living was more painful than dying. I might as well die. So, I took my brother and climbed to the top of a mountain, and prepared to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. But at that moment, Lord Demon Ancestor appeared. When Sima Yuan said that, his expression softened. Clearly, he had deep feelings for the Demon Ancestor. Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh. He really didn't expect that this person would have such a painful memory. Lord Demon Ancestor saved us, and asked us if we wanted to become stronger? Did we want revenge? Our brothers didn't even hesitate. We told him that we wanted to. From then on, we followed Lord Demon Ancestor. He taught us how to cultivate and taught us how to kill. It was with him that we found our dignity as human beings. Later on, our brothers became stronger. We found our enemies and killed everyone. Even their families and children were not spared. That was the first time our brothers went on a killing spree. That feeling made our blood boil. In the end, we returned to our hometown and killed the butler as well as the servants, and those who had humiliated us. Looking at the corpses on the ground, my brother and I didn't feel guilty. Instead, we felt a sense of satisfaction that we had never felt before. It was only then that we finally understood that in this world, whoever's fist is harder is the truth. Then, we followed Lord Demon Ancestor until today. It can be said that without Lord Demon Ancestor, there wouldn't be us. You say that I'm helping the evildoer, but I feel that I'm enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Lord Demon Ancestor is my heavens. Whoever dares to make an enemy of Lord Demon Ancestor, I'll kill them. Sima Yuan grinned as he stared at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang was silent for a long time. He sighed deeply and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to fight with you, because I can understand how you feel. However, I have to kill Lord Demon Ancestor. I don't need your sympathy. Since you want to kill Lord Demon Ancestor, I'll kill you. It's that simple." Sima Yuan smiled. Chapter 1813. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability yet. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as his long hair fluttered in the wind. A monstrous divine aura emerged like a torrent as it pounced towards Sima Yuan. Boom! Sima Yuan also released his divine aura. The two divine auras collided crazily. The ground beneath their feet and the surrounding void immediately began to collapse. Your current strength has shocked me greatly. Perhaps I really am no match for you. But the person lying here in the end will definitely be you. Sima Yuan's aura was like a rainbow and his gaze was like a torch. Clang. As he waved his hand, the battle sword on his back rushed out. The sword light was boundless and its sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. This was his supreme-grade divine artifact, Dragon Vein Sword. The sword was about 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. The sword body was curved in a small arc and the hilt was engraved with a demonic dragon pattern. The entire Dragon Vein Sword was dark and emitted a cold aura. The Dragon Vein Sword has the power to destroy everything. Since I used the Dragon Vein Sword at the beginning of the battle, it is enough to show my respect for you. Sima Yuan grabbed the Dragon Vein Sword and slashed in the air. The sword light immediately turned into a huge wave and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Since that's the case, I will also directly use 1/3 of my strength to show my respect for you. Qin Feiyang said. The purple gold divine dragon appeared and roared in the sky. A sound wave that was filled with destructive power surged out like an invisible dragon and pounced towards the sword light. Boom! Clang! A series of loud sounds suddenly resounded. The two continued to exchange blows in the void and were constantly defeated. The intense fluctuations from the battle transformed into terrifying waves of wind that swept out in all directions. The void was annihilated and the earth sank. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. The divine dragon technique is only 1/3 of his strength? Sima Yuan murmured. One had to know. Qin Feiyang's divine dragon technique was no longer a high-grade divine technique, but a perfect one. Its terrifying power was completely comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact. However, even such a powerful divine technique was only 1/3 of this person's strength. Sima Yuan was very curious. What other tricks was this kid hiding? Boom! In the end, the sound wave and the sword light shattered each other in the void. Don't underestimate me, show me your full strength. Sima Yuan shouted, and his divine power surged into the dragon vein sword. A sword shadow appeared in the sky, and its terrifying sharpness was unparalleled. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Jianghu and snorted coldly, "If you have the ability, I won't be stingy." Finished speaking. The purple-gold divine dragon floating above his head instantly shattered the sky and pounced towards the sword shadow. Arrogant! Sima Yuan was enraged, and his sword shadow instantly attacked. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. The purple-gold divine dragon instantly shattered and disintegrated. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and stepped back uncontrollably. But at the same time, the sword shadow also shattered. Sima Yuan's face was also pale as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's going on with your cultivation? Zhuge Shenyun told me that you've already broken through to the initial stage of the War God realm, but why are you only at the initial stage of the War God realm? Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Since you know me so well, then you should also know about the Soaring Dragon Art. After I broke through to the War God realm, the Soaring Dragon Art, which was originally a battle art, allowed me to evolve into a divine art. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. Your talent is indeed amazing. To be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. Unfortunately, you are Lord Demon Ancestor's enemy. All enemies must die. Sima Yuan's arm shook, and the dragon vein sword in his hand let out a sharp hiss. Following that, he disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight. A strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. Teleportation? Qin Feiyang muttered as he scanned the void. Shua. Almost in the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared behind Qin Feiyang and mercilessly slashed at Qin Feiyang's head. However, at the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly disappeared in front of Sima Yuan. Moreover, he was even faster than Sima Yuan. In less than half a blink of an eye, he appeared behind Sima Yuan, raised his Phoenix Divine Blade, and slashed at Sima Yuan's back. That sharp blade immediately left a deep wound on Sima Yuan's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. Sima Yuan was shocked. This speed was too terrifying, wasn't it? It was much faster than a true small success stage war god like him. The Blood Kirin's failure was not without reason. However, I am not someone that the Blood Kirin can compare to. It will betray Lord, but I will never. Even if I die here, I will have no regrets. Sima Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed the blade of the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands. Flesh and blood were cut open, and blood flowed out. However, his expression did not change as he stared at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "My madness and methods will make you feel fear and despair." Finished. The dragon vein sword flashed like lightning and headed straight for Qin Feiyang's heart. Qin Feiyang's eyes were calm. Sima Yuan grabbing the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands was indeed crazy. But to make him afraid and despair? It was still far from it. Comparing craziness, who could be crazier than him? Thinking back to the past, What crazy things had he not done? In terms of methods, he did not lose to anyone. Seeing that the dragon vein sword was about to pierce his heart, Qin Feiyang raised his arm like lightning and slapped the dragon vein sword's body. The terrifying force caused Sima Yuan's arm to go numb. The dragon vein sword immediately flew out of his hand and flew into the distance. However, even if Qin Feiyang slapped the sword body and not the sword blade, the sharpness of the top-grade divine artifact almost tore his arm apart. Purple-gold dragon blood splattered across the sky. But for this, Qin Feiyang ignored it and raised his right foot. The divine power surged from the tip of his foot as he kicked Sima Yuan's lower abdomen. Oh! Sima Yuan immediately let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body was like a meteorite as he flew out horizontally. And that blood-stained face was filled with shock. He thought that he was crazy enough. However, he didn't expect that Qin Feiyang was even crazier than him. The Phoenix Divine Blade was not a top-grade divine artifact. With his cultivation of a small success war god, grabbing the Phoenix Divine Blade with his bare hands was actually not a big deal. But the Dragon Vein Sword was a true top-grade divine artifact. But this kid actually dared to use his hands to clash head-on with the Dragon Vein Sword. How could this young man be so terrifying? However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change in the slightest. He consumed a healing pill, held the Phoenix Divine Blade, and used the walk formula to catch up to Sima Yuan in an instant. Taking advantage of the fact that Sima Yuan had not regained his senses, he mercilessly slashed out with his blade. Feeling that terrifying sharpness, Sima Yuan quivered and did not even stabilize his body. In an instant he used it to escape into the air. A thigh fell out of the void. Fresh blood dyed the sky. In the next moment, Sima Yuan appeared a few miles away. His face was pale, and his right leg had disappeared. Obviously, the thigh from before was Sima Yuan's right leg. Qin Feiyang looked at Sima Yuan from afar, and said indifferently, "Are you worthy of saying crazy in front of me?" Sima Yuan was silent. The dragon vein sword broke through the air and floated in front of him. It gently swayed the sword body, as if it was comforting him. "Thank you." Sima Yuan took a deep breath, raised his head to look at the dragon vein sword, and a smile appeared on his face. A very sincere smile. This kind of smile might only appear when facing the demon ancestor, the dragon vein sword, and Sima Kuan. Sima Yuan grabbed the dragon vein sword, consumed a regeneration pill, and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. "Originally, I wanted to use my methods to intimidate you, but I didn't expect that I would be intimidated by your methods instead." "Is it strange?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's not strange. After all, you are Qin Feiyang. However, the real battle has only just begun." Boom! Sima Yuan's momentum erupted, and he appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in just a blink of an eye. God force billowed out from his body as he slammed his palm into the void, attacking Qin Feiyang. The two immediately began to fight in the void. Teleportation continued to appear. Their figures could not be seen at all, and only the sound of the dragon vein sword and the dragon god technique colliding could be heard, as well as the blood of the gods. "Young master, can you do it?" In the distance, Zhao Talai looked a little worried. "Don't worry. Sima Yuan's strength is about the same as mine. Even when I used all my skills, I was not a match for Qin Feiyang. He is no exception. What's more, Qin Feiyang still has the Qilin armor. Instead of worrying about him, why don't we think about how to help the inner demons?" The blood Qilin looked at the inner demons that were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, and his eyes were filled with awe. This was awe for the heavenly might. Under the heavenly might, everything was an ant. When Zhao Talai heard this, he asked suspiciously, "Can he help with the heavenly tribulation?" "Of course. Didn't I already say that when Emperor Hong's inner demons underwent the heavenly tribulation, Qin Yuan secretly helped? However, it requires a lot of strength. Even the few of us are not enough," the blood Qilin said, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness in his words. "Qin Yuan." Zhao Lai muttered to himself and transmitted his voice. "Tang Hai, do you think Qin Yuan is powerful? Could he be watching us in the dark right now?" Tang Hai's heart skipped a beat as he scanned the surrounding void. Zhao Talai was speechless. What are you looking for? Even if he is here, we can't find him. Then let's wait and see. Tang Hai thought to himself. Boom. Clang. On the other side, the battle between Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan had reached its climax. However, Qin Feiyang had always held the upper hand in the battle. Because when their strength was on par, speed would determine the outcome. After stepping into the war god realm, the Dao character formula was faster than teleportation. And after continuous exchanges, he slowly understood Sima Yuan's strength. He was confident. As long as there were no accidents, he would win. Accompanied by a loud noise, another heavenly tribulation blasted toward the inner demons. The inner demons' consciousness was shattered again. The heavenly tribulation was merciless. Wisps of consciousness were crazily destroyed. Looks like I can't continue fighting with this person. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons worriedly. If he didn't think of a way quickly, the inner demons would definitely be doomed. Sima Yuan noticed the change in Qin Feiyang's expression and frowned slightly. Then, he turned to look at the inner demons and was immediately furious. He shouted at Qin Feiyang, "How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? Unforgivable." Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1814. Clang. The furious Sima Yuan stepped forward, raising the dragon vein sword and slashing at Qin Feiyang. "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. While teleporting, he used the walkward technique and appeared behind Sima Yuan. Sima Yuan didn't even think about it. The dragon vein sword turned in the air and slashed at Qin Feiyang. So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. One must know that he was not only teleporting but also using the walkward technique. Logically speaking, Sima Yuan shouldn't have been able to react. Facing the dragon vein sword, he didn't use the divine phoenix blade to fight head-on. Instead, he chose to give Sima Yuan a fatal blow from the side. Swish. He once again used teleportation and the walkward technique and appeared beside Sima Yuan in an instant. However, Sima Yuan seemed to have predicted his next move. The dragon vein sword was one step ahead of him. In other words, he crashed into the dragon vein sword. The tip of the sword pierced his heart. Purple gold dragon blood suddenly spurted out. That terrifying sharpness was aiming straight for his heart. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang took a step back. The tip of the dragon vein sword left his heart and a blood arrow spurted out. Very surprised, right? Sima Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang. The dragon vein sword in his hand had drops of blood dripping from the tip of the sword. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. Slowly experience it yourself. Sima Yuan laughed and once again launched a fierce attack on Qin Feiyang. The following situation was exactly the same as before. No matter how fast Qin Feiyang's speed was, Sima Yuan could always predict his next move in advance and counterattack in advance. Not long later, Qin Feiyang had more than a dozen swords on his body and was bleeding all over. How is this possible? Tang Hai and Zhao Lai noticed Qin Feiyang's situation and their faces were full of disbelief. Young master was actually suppressed? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The two of them rubbed their eyes in disbelief and looked at Qin Feiyang again. Their hearts were suddenly filled with shock. He wasn't seeing things. It was indeed Sima Yuan who was suppressing the young master. Blood Kirin, what is going on? Why is Sima Yuan able to foresee young master's next move in advance? Zhao Talai looked at the Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin and Sima Yuan used to work together, so they knew why. This is because of Sima Yuan's fighting soul. His war god is not only capable of sensing potential dangers, it also possesses another heaven-defying ability. The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan. What ability? Zhao Talai frowned. Predict the opponent's attack. For example, although Qin Feiyang's speed is faster than Sima Yuan's, his fighting soul can easily predict what Qin Feiyang will do next. That's why Qin Feiyang was suppressed. The Blood Qilin said. Isn't this equivalent to foreseeing the future? Zhao Talai was bewildered. Foreseeing the future is too exaggerated. But it is undeniable that his ability is terrifying. Unless you have overwhelming strength or a speed that even his fighting soul cannot predict, he will be nibbled away sooner or later. The Blood Kirin said. Nibbled away? Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows. Predicting the opponent's attack and injuring him bit by bit until he is finally killed. Isn't that nibbling away? The Blood Kirin said. When Zhao Tailai heard this, he quickly shouted, Young master, it is his fighting soul that is causing trouble. His fighting soul can predict your next move. You must be careful. I see. Qin Feiyang mumbled. So what if I know? Can you be so fast that even my fighting soul cannot predict your next move? Sima Yuan sneered. Qin Feiyang said, This is already my top speed. If this is your top speed, then you will never be able to break through my fighting soul's ability. Sima Yuan sneered and struck Qin Feiyang with his sword, leaving a ghastly wound on his body. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the wound. He shook his head and smiled. Zhuge Mingyang's fighting soul can be said to be heaven-defying. Your fighting soul is also heaven-defying. None of the demon ancestors' subordinates are weak. It's good that you know. Sima Yuan said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't the imperial tutor tell you not to activate your fighting soul in front of me? Sima Yuan was stunned. He suddenly thought of something and said, Could it be the Emperor Prison's ability to strip away one's consciousness and another gifted superpower, the Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang did not say a word. The purple gold dragon's soul roared out. Sima Yuan's eyes narrowed and he quickly retreated without hesitation. This was because when Qin Feiyang had activated the purple gold dragon soul, his fighting soul had predicted that Qin Feiyang would activate the Emperor Prison again. If it was any other attack, he would counterattack in advance. However, he could only avoid the Emperor Prison. This was because the Emperor Prison's current ability was to imprison one's body and strip away one's consciousness. As long as he was enveloped by the Emperor Prison, regardless of whether he had predicted it or not, he would not be able to avoid the fate of being imprisoned and stripped of his consciousness. Therefore, he could only escape and leave the range of the Emperor Prison. Aren't you very conceited? Why don't you try the new ability of the Emperor Prison? Qin Feiyang mocked. Do you think I'm stupid? Although I'm curious about the ability to strip away one's consciousness, I'm not stupid enough to risk my life. Sima Yuan sneered. Smart. If you didn't dodge, you would have become a corpse now. But it doesn't matter, because my speed is faster than yours. Qin Feiyang smiled. Divine light surged under his feet and he flew towards Sima Yuan like lightning. Sima Yuan stared at Qin Feiyang without moving. Indeed, Qin Feiyang was faster than him. No matter how he escaped, he would be caught up sooner or later. Instead of doing something that would lose his dignity and be meaningless, he might as well face it head-on. Boom. Suddenly, he moved. The dragon vein sword shone brightly. He took the initiative to rush into the Emperor Prison. Immediately, he was imprisoned in the void, and his mind went blank. Qin Feiyang naturally would not let go of the opportunity. The divine phoenix blade was fully recovered. Accompanied by an ear-piercing phoenix cry, a huge fire phoenix roared and pounced towards Sima Yuan. The fire phoenix roared in front of Sima Yuan and Sima Yuan finally regained his consciousness. However, it was obviously too late to dodge or counterattack. Even his fighting soul could not predict what would happen. At that moment, the fire phoenix crashed into Sima Yuan's body. Sima Yuan spurted out blood and his skin was lacerated. His bones were clearly visible. However, this attack did not end Sima Yuan's life, but only seriously injured him. Qin Feiyang did not take advantage of the victory to pursue. Looking up at the purple gold dragon soul, he shouted, Eye of Heaven, open. In the sky, the forehead of the purple gold dragon's soul suddenly split open. Purple gold divine light illuminated the world. Very soon, a third eye appeared. An invisible mysterious force immediately pounced towards Sima Yuan. In the next moment, a heart also appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. It was Sima Yuan's fighting soul, the heart of induction. This is real. Sima Yuan looked at the heart of induction, then looked up at the eye of heaven in the forehead of the purple gold dragon soul. He wiped the blood off his face, his eyes full of shock. Regarding the Eye of Heaven, the imperial tutor had indeed told him. But he had never believed it, because this kind of fighting soul was too rare. Moreover, the purple gold dragon soul already had the Emperor prison. How could it activate another innate ability? However, he did not expect it to be true. At this moment, his heart could not calm down. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? Let me try. How powerful is the ability of the Heart of Induction? Qin Feiyang muttered as the Heart of Induction entered his body. Immediately, he felt that everything around him seemed to have become somewhat different from before. It was very quiet, very ethereal. It was as if at this moment he was the only one standing between heaven and earth. Moreover, his body and mind also had an inexplicable sublimation. Whether it was his perception or his reaction ability, it seemed to be stronger than before. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang used the walkward technique and rushed towards Sima Yuan. Sima Yuan roared and actually forcefully broke free from the shackles of the Emperor prison. Holding the dragon vein sword, he slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Just as Sima Yuan broke free from the shackles of the Emperor prison, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly throbbed. Following closely, he seemed to have seen the future. He could clearly see what Sima Yuan was going to do and what methods he was going to use. Is this the ability of the Heart of Induction? It is indeed heaven-defying. Only after experiencing this ability personally did he know how terrifying it was. It was no exaggeration to say that with this ability, he could be in an invincible position. Let me enjoy this feeling. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. With a thought, the divine dragon seal flew out and blasted towards the dragon vein sword. Boom! Clang! The collision of the divine technique and the divine artifact caused the world to rumble. At this moment, both of them could predict each other's next move. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched, and neither had the upper hand. However, whether it was Zhao Tailai, the Blood Qilin, or Sima Yuan himself, they all knew that the winner of this battle would definitely be Qin Feiyang. Because they could predict each other's next move, Qin Feiyang, who had an absolute advantage in speed, would be even more powerful. At this moment, the inner demons also ushered in the 50th tribulation. Half of his consciousness had already been obliterated by the tribulation. However, there was an unyielding look in his eyes. No matter how terrifying the tribulation was, he was determined to condense a physical body. In the sky above a certain mountain, a man and a beast were suspended in the void. It was Qin Yuan and the snow python. In the void in front of them, there were two images. One was the image of the inner demons transcending the tribulation. The other image showed the battle between Qin Feiyang and Sima Yuan. I didn't expect that kid to become so strong after a trip to the divine site. The snow python looked at Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with Sima Yuan, in disbelief. No one in the world can match the speed of his growth. It won't be long before he catches up with us. Qin Yuan chuckled, his old face full of admiration and gratification. Chapter 1815. Catch up with us. The snow python lowered its head and muttered to itself. There was a touch of melancholy on its face. Qin Yuan looked at the snow python and sighed. Are you still brooding over your cultivation? Guardian, what a joke. Only you would foolishly run over here to become a guardian. The snow python looked at Qin Yuan mockingly. If I didn't become a guardian, the Qin clan would have been destroyed by the demon ancestor. Although the price of becoming a guardian isn't small, it's worth it. Qin Yuan smiled. That's a reasonable thing to say. The snow python sneered and said, but do you really not regret it? The choice was made by myself. Why should I regret it? Take it easy and let nature take its course. Qin Yuan said. Let nature take its course? Humph. Don't make it sound so nice. After a while, I can guarantee that you'll be like me. The snow python snorted and looked at the image in the sky again. Maybe, Qin Yuan murmured. The snow python glared at Qin Yuan and shouted, don't talk anymore. Hearing your tone makes me angry. Qin Yuan chuckled. The snow python glared at him and looked at the inner demons. Don't you want to help him? With his ability, it's impossible for him to survive the 99 heavenly tribulations. You want me to help him? Qin Yuan asked with a smile. The snow python smiled. That's right. If you want to interfere with me, you might as well not do anything. Whether he can survive the heavenly tribulations will depend on his luck. Qin Yuan smiled faintly. Demon Dragon Island. The heavenly tribulations continued to fall, not giving the inner demons a chance to breathe. On the other side, Sima Yuan was also completely suppressed by Qin Feiyang. The battle between the two had reached a critical point. At the same time, Demon City. Inside the space divine item, the black-haired old man was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Most of the flesh on his chest had disappeared and blood was flowing. Naturally, Yen Wei had sliced off the flesh and blood that had disappeared with his saber. I really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You're obviously scared to death, but you've persisted until now. But why do you have to do this? If I tell you, not only will I be spared from physical pain, I will also be able to save my life. Isn't that great? Jiang Jingyi stood aside and smiled at the black-haired elder. You've already tortured me to this extent, and you still want me to speak? How naive, how laughable. The black-haired old man's face was filled with mockery. All right, let's see how long you can last. Jiang Jingyi smiled and turned to Yen Wei, saying, Brother Yen, give him a hard time. Yen Wei's injuries were more or less healed, and he had also regained his true appearance. Hearing Jiang Jingyi's words, he grinned, grabbed the dagger, and walked to the black-haired old man's head. The black-haired old man looked at him with disdain. Being skinned alive isn't that scary, but I wonder if you've ever tasted the feeling of having your head forcibly pried open and your brain dug out? Yen Wei said. Hearing this, the black-haired old man could not help but feel his scalp go numb. I've never tried it before. Since there's such a good opportunity today, I might as well give it a try. Yen Wei grinned and grabbed the black-haired old man's hair, and the dagger in his hand was about to fall. Wait, wait, wait. The black-haired old man hurriedly shouted. Yen Wei and Jiang Jingyi looked at each other, and a smile crept onto their faces. They thought that he was tough, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. The black-haired old man asked, If I tell you, will you really let me go? Jiang Jingyi said, As long as you don't play any tricks, we'll let you go. Words are not proof. The black-haired old man said in a deep voice. Jiang Jingyi said, I swear in the name of my son, if I lie to you, my son will die without a burial place. Yen Wei was stunned, and he looked up at Jiang Jingyi. If he remembered correctly, this person did not seem to have a son. Jiang Jingyi chuckled and looked at the black-haired old man. In this world, no one dares to swear in their own son. You should believe me now. The black-haired old man sized Jiang Jingyi up for a moment, and said, All right, I'll tell you. The demonic pagoda is in a valley in front. Valley? Jiang Jingyi was stunned and said, How far is it? Not far. At most half an hour's journey. The black-haired old man said. Half an hour's journey. Jiang Jingyi frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, These few years, I've searched almost everywhere outside the city. Since it's so close, why didn't I find it before? Because the demonic pagoda is under the valley, and it's fused with the hidden soul stone. The black-haired old man said. I see. Jiang Jingyi nodded in realization and then said, The specific location and location. Southwest. That valley is also very easy to find. Because there's a huge lake beside the valley. As for the entrance of the demonic pagoda, after entering the valley, find a rock with a sword mark on the left cliff, then press on the rock and the entrance will automatically open. The black-haired old man said. It's so secretive. Jiang Jingyi murmured, then looked at the black-haired old man and said with a smile, Thank you very much. No need to thank me, let me go immediately. The black-haired old man said coldly. There was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. So what if you know the entrance? When I'm free, I'll immediately report this to Lord Sima Kuan. By then, none of you will be able to escape. That was what he thought in his heart. However, Jiang Jingyi did not let him go. Yen Wei also slowly got up and put away his dagger. His face was full of mockery. You. Seeing this, the black-haired old man felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Jianghu raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the black-haired old man's forehead, and wisps of false god force appeared on his fingertip. Bastard, you lied to me? The black-haired old man roared. Yes, I lied to you. Jianghu nodded. The black-haired old man shouted in panic, Aren't you afraid that the oath will come true? Because I don't have a son. Jianghu grinned. Hearing this, the black-haired old man's blood-stained face turned green and red. What was the most unreliable thing in the world? Wasn't it these absurdos? How could he believe this person's words? How foolish. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Jianghu smiled, and the false god force flew out and entered the black-haired old man's forehead. The black-haired old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Yan Wei looked at this scene without any sympathy in his eyes. Not only this person, but all the demon ancestors' underlings should be killed. Yan Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Jianghu, asking, What do we do next? Jianghu said, I'll disguise myself as this person and send you to the demon tower. What about the matriarch? Should we inform her first? Yan Wei said. Jianghu pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, Let's hide it from her for now, because we don't know what will happen after entering the demon tower. All right. So that she won't worry. Yan Wei nodded. Demon Dragon Island. At this moment, Sima Yuan's heart was on the verge of collapse. Because no matter what he did, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn the situation around. Qin Feiyang became more and more courageous as he fought. And he was getting more and more miserable. After so many years, he had never felt such a sense of defeat. His strength was already strong enough. He had the cultivation of a low-level war god. He had a heaven-defying battle soul. And a supreme-grade divine artifact, Dragon Vein Sword. However, before Qin Feiyang, all of this was useless. It was simply useless. What should he do? Was he really going to die here today? Death, he wasn't afraid. But he couldn't bear to part with the man who was like a father, and he was even more willing to part with his younger brother who had always been with him. Your heart is in chaos, and the outcome of this battle is already decided. Qin Feiyang's blade slashed towards Sima Yuan's left shoulder. His arm was immediately broken. Sima Yuan endured the pain and retreated. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the opposite void, a sense of despair rose in his heart. Was this the strength of this child? Just 1/3 of his strength was already so terrifying. If he exerted all of his strength, how strong would he be? Would Lord Demon Ancestor and his younger brother be his opponent? At this moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Perhaps, this child's strength might have already surpassed Lord Demon Ancestor. When Lord Demon Ancestor fought with him, wouldn't Lord Demon Ancestor also die? Lord Demon Ancestor must not die. His Excellency is my second parent, and we brothers owe him a great debt of gratitude. No matter what, I have to protect him. That's right. No matter what, I can't let this child fight with Lord Demon Ancestor, and I can't let the inner demons successfully pass the tribulation. Thinking of this, Sima Yuan laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Feiyang, you are the most terrifying young man I have ever seen in my life. I really admire you. I even have an impulse to sit face to face with you, drink and talk about life. Unfortunately, you and I are in different positions. It will never be realized. Although it is a pity, it is also an unchangeable fact. Since it can't be changed, then let me end all of this. For Lord Demon Ancestor, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Today you must die here. At first, Sima Yuan was smiling and sighing with emotion, but when he reached the last sentence, his tone suddenly changed and was filled with a shocking sharpness. And in his expression, there was a hint of ruthlessness and madness. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately realized that something was wrong. Because in the past, he had seen countless of such eyes. And without exception, those who had such eyes all self-destructed in the end. In other words, Sima Yuan was going to self-destruct and perish together with him. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Qin Feiyang angrily roared as he used the teleportation technique to rush towards Sima Yuan like lightning. In the past, when so many people self-destructed, his heart did not waver at all. But now, seeing Sima Yuan self-destruct, he was incomparably angry and heartbroken. A person like Lord Demon Ancestor was not worthy of anyone dying for him. Whether it is worth it or not, I know. Sima Yuan whispered as a destructive aura rushed out of his body, causing the world to tremble. In the distance, the Blood Qilin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai also changed their expressions. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1816. The self-destruction of a false god was already shocking enough. Not to mention a war god, a lesser-level war god. If Sima Yuan successfully self-destructed, not to mention them, even the inner demons wouldn't be able to survive. He had to stop Sima Yuan. This isn't loyalty, it's blind loyalty. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Whether it's loyalty or blind loyalty, as long as I have a clear conscience, it's fine. Don't try to persuade me anymore. It's meaningless. Think about how to escape and save your companions and the inner demons. Sima Yuan retreated while looking at Qin Feiyang. That destructive aura became more and more terrifying. He retreated because Qin Feiyang's speed was too fast. If he stood there and didn't move, Qin Feiyang would definitely be able to rush over in time to stop him from self-destructing. Shua. Qin Feiyang stopped when he heard this. He also understood the reason why Sima Yuan retreated. He also knew that Sima Yuan was determined to self-destruct. He wasn't afraid of Sima Yuan's self-destruction, because he could enter the castle or the Black Tortoise realm at any time. However, he couldn't sit back and do nothing about Zhao Tailai and the others. However, it was too late to turn back and save them. What's wrong? You've already given up? You can enter the Black Tortoise realm and the castle. Why must you stay outside? For the Blood Kirin? For the inner demons? For friends? Now I want to ask you, is it worth it for you to do this? Sima Yuan said. As you said, whether it's worth it or not, I know. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. It seems that our personalities are quite compatible. With you as my companion, I'm very satisfied. Sima Yuan also smiled. I won't die, and you won't self-destruct. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So confident? Sima Yuan was stunned and laughed. Then let me see, what methods do you have to stop me from self-destructing? Finished. With a flick of his hand, he threw out the dragon vein sword and shouted, quickly return to Lord's side. Blood Kirin, quickly seized the dragon vein sword. Zhao Tailai's spirits lifted as he shouted. Are you kidding me? The Blood Kirin shouted angrily. If he wanted to snatch the dragon vein sword, he had to go through Sima Yuan. Wasn't that just courting death? Believe in young master. If he says he won't let Sima Yuan self-destruct, then Sima Yuan definitely won't succeed in self-destructing. Zhao Tailai said anxiously. If he was strong enough, why would he need the Blood Kirin? He had already caught up with them. The Blood Kirin was shocked. His lips twitched and he said, do you trust Qin Feiyang that much? Zhao Tailai nodded. Lunatic. What a bunch of lunatics. The Blood Kirin roared and teleported toward the dragon tattoo sword. The way he saw it, it was simply impossible for Qin Feiyang to stop Sima Yuan from self-detonating. But there was no other way. After all, its life was in the hands of Qin Feiyang. In the blink of an eye, seeing the Blood Kirin fearlessly chase after the dragon vein sword, Sima Yuan's brow furrowed. He shouted, you will all go to hell with me. Boom. The destructive aura suddenly soared to an even more terrifying level. It was at this moment. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved it gently. With a gentle wave, a blood-red flash appeared. It tore through the sky at an extremely shocking speed and disappeared into Sima Yuan's chi-si. Blood immediately splattered into the sky. Immediately after, Sima Yuan screamed in pain as a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on his lower abdomen, penetrating from the front to the back. The destructive aura also dissipated. The The Blood Kirin's eyes widened as he looked at Sima Yuan in disbelief and continued to chase after the dragon vein sword. But in his heart he was extremely shocked. He had actually stopped Sima Yuan's self-detonation. But what had happened before that? That blood-red flash was too fast, like a flash in the pan. Not to mention the Blood Kirin, who was focused on the dragon vein sword, even Sima Yuan, who was facing Qin Feiyang, did not notice what it was. He only saw the flash of light and his Qi was destroyed. With his Qi destroyed, his cultivation disappeared instantly. Sima Yuan also fell to the ground powerlessly. Like the Blood Kirin, his heart was filled with disbelief. What was going on? What exactly was that scarlet streak of light? Bang! Amidst the endless doubts, Sima Yuan fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although his cultivation was destroyed, he still had a divine body. The moment he fell, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles suddenly sank, forming a huge crater. And Sima Yuan did not die. He lay in the deep crater and looked at Qin Feiyang in the sky. He could not help but smile bitterly. Was this kid's strength already so strong? Even he, a low-level war god, could not self-detonate if he wanted to? Lord Demon Ancestor, I'm sorry. I'm incompetent. At the same time, in the distance, Zhao Talai and Tang Hai looked at each other and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they believed that Qin Feiyang could definitely stop Sima Yuan, they were more or less nervous in the face of a low-level wargod's self-detonation. But now, the crisis was finally over. Zhao Talai said, "Old Tang, the Blood Kirin should not be able to subdue the dragon vein sword by itself. Quickly go and help." Tang Hai nodded and chased after the Blood Kirin. "Tang Hai, you stay here and watch Sima Yuan. I'll go and help." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Tang Hai was slightly surprised. He rushed to Qin Feiyang's side and frowned. "Why don't you just kill them?" Qin Feiyang smiled. He teleported and used the Dao word art to chase after the Blood Kirin and the dragon vein sword. So, he saw the Blood Kirin and the dragon vein sword. The sword and the beast were fighting in the void. The Blood Kirin had even activated its true divine body. Even so, it was powerless against the supreme-grade divine artifact, the dragon vein sword. Seeing Qin Feiyang rush over, the Blood Kirin's spirit was lifted. It shouted, "Why aren't you surrendering? Do you want to be destroyed by Qin Feiyang?" The dragon vein sword trembled, and a wave of fear came from it. Qin Feiyang's strength had not only shocked Sima Yuan and the Blood Kirin, but also the dragon vein sword. Shua! Qin Feiyang rushed in front of the Blood Kirin. He looked at the dragon vein sword and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Surrender or be destroyed." Facing Qin Feiyang, who was so close, the dragon vein sword panicked even more. The Blood Kirin shouted, "The Kirin armor has surrendered. If you don't surrender, only death awaits you." Every supreme-grade divine artifact was very precious. To be honest, if Qin Feiyang really destroyed the dragon vein sword, it would be a bit reluctant. The dragon vein sword buzzed and trembled as if it was struggling. After a while, it released a wave of helpless emotions. Then, it flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. "At least you know what's good for you." Qin Feiyang released his divine will and entered the dragon vein sword. He quickly found the blood contract. The Blood Kirin said, "The owner of the dragon vein sword is Sima Yuan, not the demon alpha." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Whether it was the sky demon flag or the Kirin armor, their owner was the demon alpha. But the owner of the dragon vein sword was actually Sima Yuan. It seemed that the demon alpha's trust in this person was indeed extraordinary. However, the owner of the dragon vein sword was Sima Yuan, so erasing the blood contract inside was not as difficult as erasing the Kirin armor. Because Sima Yuan's cultivation had been crippled. The most important thing was that even if he erased the dragon vein sword's blood contract, it would not alarm the demon alpha. Divine power poured into the dragon vein sword and easily erased the blood contract. He quickly cut his finger and dripped blood to recognize it as his master. This way, he would obtain another supreme-grade divine artifact. At the bottom of the pit, when Qin Feiyang erased the dragon vein sword's blood contract, Sima Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. His blood-stained face was filled with grief, because it was obvious that the dragon vein sword had fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Sima Yuan looked at Tang Hai, who was standing at the side without moving or saying a word, and said, "You are the Hall Master of the Nether Hall, Tang Hai?" Tang Hai looked at him and nodded. "You didn't follow the wrong person. Qin Feiyang will definitely become the ruler of this continent in the future. And you will also follow him and be respected by the world and enjoy supreme glory." Sima Yuan said with a smile, a trace of envy in his eyes. Although he had followed the Demon Alpha and obtained great strength and unparalleled status, in the eyes of the world, there was only disgust and hatred for him. But Qin Feiyang was different. Qin Feiyang stood above benevolence and righteousness, the embodiment of benevolence and righteousness. In the near future, people would definitely worship him like a god. This was the difference. You don't have to envy us. As long as you turn back now and follow the young master to suppress the Demon Alpha, you will also be respected in the future. Tang Hai said coldly, "You are also a war god, so you should understand that sometimes, once you take the first step, you will never be able to turn back." Sima Yuan shook his head and smiled. He looked at Tang Hai and said, "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Speak." Tang Hai said, "Tell Qin Feiyang that if possible, give my brother, Sima Kun, a way out. In this world, I only have him as my family, and I don't want him to be like me. Please." Sima Yuan said sincerely. Tang Hai frowned and said, "Are these your last words?" Sima Yuan got up and smiled at Tang Hai, saying, "Give me the dagger in your hand." Tang Hai said, "I won't give it to you, because the young master hasn't said that he wants you to die. You are his subordinate, so you should understand his character. The reason why he didn't kill me just now is because he wants me to submit. But I can't submit. Even if he doesn't kill me, I will continue to find opportunities to perish together with him. I think, as the person he trusts the most, you don't want me to become a threat to him." Sima Yuan said. Tang Hai was silent. Sima Yuan smiled, "Give it to me, death is the best ending for me." Tang Hai took a deep breath and handed the dagger over. "Thank you." Sima Yuan smiled gratefully and looked at the ground with nostalgia. Without hesitation, he grabbed the dagger and slashed his neck. Blood gushed out. Sima Yuan slowly fell down, and his life fluctuations quickly dissipated. Tang Hai waved his hand and the dagger fell into his hand. He looked at Sima Yuan's face and murmured, "You are a respectable opponent." Then he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the inner demons. Chapter 1817. After a while, Qin Feiyang and the blood Kirin arrived. When they saw Sima Yuan lying in a pool of blood, Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Tang Hai and asked, "What happened?" "He committed suicide." Tang Hai said. "Suicide?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the dagger in Tang Hai's hand and then at the wound on Sima Yuan's neck. He could not help but sigh. Tang Hai said, "Did you not suspect that I killed him and only said that he committed suicide?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Tang Hai and waved his hand. The soil under his feet churned and quickly swallowed Sima Yuan's body. He used teleportation and landed next to Zhao Tailai. He looked up at the inner demons. Tang Hai and the blood Kirin followed closely behind. Zhao Lai asked, "Young master, did you subdue the dragon vein sword?" "Of course." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's great. Not only did you get the Kirin armor, but you also got the dragon vein sword. Your strength has skyrocketed." Zhao Tailai said excitedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Although you have 2 more supreme-grade artifacts, they are not very useful against the Demon Lord." "That's right. The Demon Lord has a heaven-defying artifact. No matter how many supreme-grade artifacts there are, they are just scrap metal." The blood Kirin said. Hearing the blood Kirin's words, Zhao Tailai's joy disappeared. The blood Kirin rolled its eyes and went on to say, "But using a top-class weapon to deal with others should be no problem. You just want the young master to return the Kirin armor to you. You're still beating around the bush. Aren't you being hypocritical?" Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes. The blood Kirin laughed and glanced at Qin Feiyang. However, it found that Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear it. He did not even look at it. It could not help but feel discouraged. Boom! Another heavenly tribulation descended. The inner demons were already a candle in the wind. The situation was worrying. Qin Feiyang said, "Which tribulation is this?" 79th. Zhao Tailai said, "There are still 20 heavenly tribulations left," Qin Feiyang murmured. He clasped his hands together and murmured, "You must survive, please." Tang Hai suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Before Sima Yuan committed suicide, he asked me to tell you that if possible, spare his younger brother, Sima Kuan." "Let Sima Kuan go," Qin Feiyang mumbled and shook his head. "Impossible. If not for Jianghu, Yan Wei might have already died at Sima Kuan's hands. As for the rest, he could choose to forgive. But if he dared to harm Yan Wei, then he must be killed." Tang Hai was not surprised by this answer at all. This was because when the Imperial Preceptor cut Yan Wei alive, Sima Yuan and the Imperial Preceptor's fate had already been decided. Zhao Tailai suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, do you think Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei will take the opportunity to rescue the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi in Magic City?" "Lin Yi, Mermaid Palace Master." Hearing Zhao Tailai's words, the Blood Kirin's gaze suddenly trembled slightly. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two did not notice this abnormality. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "To be honest, I don't want them to do this because it is too dangerous. Of course, if there is a chance, it would be best to rescue them." Zhao Tailai nodded. "Hey, Qin Feiyang." Just when Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai looked at the inner demons again, the Blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Moreover, it had a deep tone. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Blood Kirin suspiciously. "How much do you know about Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess?" The Blood Kirin pondered for a while and asked. "Of course, I know about them. Why do you suddenly ask?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Do you really know about them?" The Blood Kirin murmured. "Do you know why the Demon Alpha likes them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because they are the most important people around me. The Demon Alpha wants to use them to threaten me." "This is just one of the reasons," the Blood Kirin said. "There are other reasons?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It seems that you don't actually know about these two women." The Blood Kirin sighed. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Blood Kirin glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "The reason why the Demon Alpha likes them is because of their war souls." When mentioning Lin Yi and Mermaid Princess war souls, the Blood Kirin's eyes were filled with deep awe. It seemed to be very afraid. War souls? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The memory that had been sealed for a long time slowly emerged. He really didn't know much about Lin Yi's war soul, but he had some impression of Mermaid Princess war soul. It seemed to be a vague golden figure, similar to the first Mermaid Emperor. Wait, I was wrong. To be exact, the Demon Alpha is interested in their war soul's gifted powers. The Blood Kirin said. "Gifted powers?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also curious. What kind of gifted powers made the Blood Kirin so afraid and the Demon Alpha so interested? The Blood Kirin said, "Their gifted powers are on the same level as all-seeing eye, eye of nothingness, and eye of heaven." This, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. "It is on the same level as all-seeing eye. This is too surprising. Blood Kirin, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly." Zhao Tailai urged. "Lin Yi's war soul is Oblivion Eye. The Mermaid Palace Master's war soul is Eye of Life." The Blood Kirin said word by word. "Oblivion Eye? Eye of Life." The three looked at each other. "You guys really don't know anything." The Blood Kirin shook his head and then slowly said, "At the same time. Magic City. In a valley." Two figures looked around as if they were looking for something. That's right. The two were Jiang Jingyi and Yan Wei. Jiang Jingyi had already disguised himself as the black-haired old man. Whether it was his words, actions, aura, or temperament, they were almost exactly the same. All of a sudden, Yan Wei pointed at a rock wall and whispered, "Brother Jiang, look, isn't that a sword mark?" Jiang Jingyi looked in the direction that Yan Wei pointed and saw a few inconspicuous marks on the rock. The two walked closer to take a look. Those were the sword marks left by a sharp sword. Jiang Jingyi raised his arm, placed it on the sword mark, and pressed slightly. Kacha! Cracks immediately appeared on the rock that was originally a single entity. Seeing that there was hope, Jiang Jingyi pressed harder. He pressed on the rock and immediately sank deeper. Crack! At that moment, with a faint sound, the ground in the middle of the valley slowly cracked open. Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei looked at each other and quickly ran over. Under the cracked ground, they saw an ancient stone staircase. The stone staircase was dark and was more than 2 meters wide. It was at a 45-degree angle and slanted downward. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to the Demon Tower. Jiang Jingyi looked at the stone staircase and turned to Yen Wei. He smiled and said, "Brother Yen, I'll have to trouble you." Yen Wei said, "I'm not even afraid of being skinned alive. Why would I be afraid of trouble? Come at me." Jiang Jingyi immediately slapped Yen Wei's chest. Yen Wei immediately spat out blood and his face turned pale. Immediately after, Jiang Jingyi grabbed Yen Wei and rushed into the entrance. Under the stone staircase was a dark passage. There was no light at all and it was extremely dim. But whether it was Jiang Jingyi or Yen Wei, their cultivation was not weak now. Even without light, they could see everything clearly. Phew! Jiang Jingyi looked up at the depths of the passage and let out a long breath. Then he stepped forward and walked into the depths of the passage. The passage was like a giant python, winding and winding, leading to the depths of the earth. About 10 breaths later, the two of them went deep into the ground. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in front of them. Jiang Jingyi looked down at Yen Wei and said, "If you see Emperor Chen and the others later, don't be impulsive." "I know," Yen Wei said secretly. Jiang Jingyi sped up. So he came to the exit of the passage. A huge underground square came into sight. The square was about 10,000 feet wide. The ground was inlaid with black stones as flat as a mirror. And in the middle of the square stood a tall stone tower. The stone tower had 9 floors. It was as black as ink, as if a demon beast was lurking there, emitting a chilling aura. "That's the demon tower?" Jiang Jingyi muttered in his heart and walked toward the stone tower. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger came from behind. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head to take a look. He saw an old man with fiery red clothes standing behind him without him noticing. Seeing the old man, Jiang Jingyi's eyes trembled. He quickly turned to face the old man and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Yen." So he's Lord Yen. Yen Wei also took the opportunity to look at the old man. Not only was the old man in a red robe, but his hair was also red. His old face looked extremely cold, giving people a great sense of danger. Lord Yen was silent. He looked at Jiang Jingyi and Yen Wei and suddenly released his aura. This aura was so strong that it almost made the two of them despair. It was a war god. "What are you doing here? Don't you know that this is the forbidden area of Shanghai?" Lord Yen stared at Jiang Jingyi and said. Jiang Jingyi trembled and quickly said, "Lord, please forgive me. It was Lord Sima-kun who asked me to come." "Sima-kun?" Lord Yen raised his eyebrows and his cold expression softened. He said, "Why did Sima-kun ask you to come?" Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and threw Yen Wei to the ground. He said, "This man is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. He followed Zhuge Xingfeng into Shanghai not long ago and was caught by Lord Sima-kun. Then, Lord Sima-kun asked me to bring him to the Demon Tower and hand him over to Lord Yen." "Qin Feiyang's accomplice?" The Flame King looked at Yen Wei in surprise and said, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He's just a war god. How could Qin Feiyang let him infiltrate Shanghai?" "So what if he's a war god? Although an ant is small, there will be a time when it can defeat an elephant." Yen Wei snorted. Lord Yen was stunned. "Lord Yen, don't underestimate him. Although he's weak, he's very stubborn. Back then in the Wind Moon Pavilion, when we captured him, Zhuge Xinyun used the punishment of cutting him alive. But guess what? Throughout the whole process, he didn't even move his eyebrows." Jiang Jingyi said. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1818. Really? The Flame King was surprised. The taste of being skinned alive was not just a little scary, but there was actually someone who could withstand it? Absolutely. Jianghu nodded. Not bad. The Flame King looked at Yen Wei and nodded approvingly. Yen Wei sneered, "If you have any tricks, just come at me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but in the end, you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death." The Flame King smiled and looked at Jianghu, waving his hand. "All right, I'll take him, you can go now." Jianghu replied respectfully and turned to enter the secret passage, leaving without looking back. However, after leaving the Flame King's sight, he immediately took out the jade pendant made of hidden soul stone and wore it around his neck. Then, he went back the way he came and hid at the exit, secretly spying on the Flame King and Yen Wei. "What's your name?" "In the square." The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and asked. Yen Wei got up, straightened his back and looked at the Flame King proudly. "I'm Yen Wei." "Master?" The Flame King muttered to himself and suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect a trash like you to be so arrogant, but don't worry, soon you will be lying in front of me like a dog." "In your dreams?" Yen Wei sneered. "Let's wait and see." The Flame King smirked and grabbed Yen Wei's neck, then dragged Yen Wei towards the demon pagoda. "What kind of tricks does this person have?" "In the dark." Jianghu frowned. Although he already knew about this person's existence in the Wind Moon Pavilion and knew what he looked like, he knew nothing about this person's tricks. So now, looking at the Flame King's confident look, he couldn't help but worry about Yen Wei. He also regretted letting Yen Wei take the risk. While Jianghu was upset, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei and walked to the gate of the demon pagoda. The gate was tightly shut. King Yen waved his hand, and the door slowly opened. Jianghu's eyes flashed. He immediately entered the spatial divine object, took off the jade pendant, and placed it on the ground of the spatial divine object. As long as this soul concealment stone was placed on the ground, it could be used to isolate the search of divine sense. Immediately after, Jianghu waved his hand and an image appeared in the void in front of him. The Flame King dragged Yen Wei into the demon pagoda. Seeing this scene, Jianghu hurriedly controlled the spatial divine object and silently streaked across the sky, flashing into the devil pagoda. As soon as he entered the tower, a long and narrow corridor appeared on the screen. On both sides of the corridor, there was a stone door every 5 or 6 meters. Jianghu looked at the stone doors and frowned slightly. Were there prison cells behind these stone doors? He knew nothing about the Devil Pagoda. However, what was certain was that Qin Feiyang's grandfathers were definitely behind one of the stone doors. In the corridor, the Flame King dragged Yen Wei all the way to the end. There was also a stone door here. Rumble. The Flame King waved his hand, and the stone door slowly opened. Looking at the inside of the stone door, whether it was Yen Wei or Jianghu who was hiding in the spatial divine item, they were all extremely shocked. They originally thought that there would be prison cells behind the stone door. However, they didn't expect that it would be a cultivation room. After the Flame King entered the cultivation room, he threw Yen Wei on the ground and raised his head to look at the center of the cultivation room. The cultivation room wasn't big, it was about 300 feet in size. In the center of the cultivation room, there was an ancient futon. On the futon, a woman in white was sitting cross-legged. The woman was about 20 years old. She had an excellent figure. She was extremely beautiful. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. She was like a fairy. However, this woman looked extremely cold, as if she was an emotionless person. How could it be her? When Yen Wei got up and raised his head to look at the woman, his body suddenly froze. In the spatial divine object, Jianghu looked at the woman in white in the image, and he couldn't believe it. Looking at your reaction, I can confirm that you are really Qin Feiyang's man. The Flame King looked down at Yen Wei and said jokingly. He then turned to look at the woman in white and cupped his fist. Greetings, Miss E. There was a hint of respect for the woman in white in his expression. N. The woman in white nodded indifferently, then glanced at Yen Wei and asked, Who is he? The Flame King smiled and said, replying to Miss, he is Qin Feiyang's accomplice. His name is Yen Wei. Qin Feiyang's accomplice is our enemy. You can just kill him. Why did you send him to me? The woman in white frowned and was puzzled. Enemy? Yan Wei couldn't help it anymore. He yelled, Lin, what's wrong with you? Although you haven't seen me and don't know me, you know the young master. You and the young master are childhood sweethearts. How can you say that you are an enemy? That's right. The woman in front of me is Lin Yi. Yan Wei had never seen Lin Yi, but when he was with Qin Feiyang and others, he saw Lin Yi's image. Although Lin Yi was more mature than before over the years, her appearance did not change much. So, he could recognize her at a glance. Childhood sweethearts? But hearing Yan Wei's words, Lin Yi's face was full of disdain. She said coldly, How can I be childhood sweethearts with master's enemy? What the hell is going on? Looking at Lin Yi's indifferent eyes full of hatred for Qin Feiyang, Yan Wei looked at the Flame King in confusion and said angrily, It's a surprise, right? As I said just now, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Flame King sneered. Yan Wei glanced at the Flame King, then looked at Lin Yi and asked, You really don't know Qin Feiyang? Don't you remember that when you were in Iron Bull Town? Shut up. I'll say it again. I have nothing to do with Qin Feiyang except hatred. Before Yan Wei finished speaking, Lin Yi spoke coldly. Hatred? Yan Wei was suspicious. Why is there hatred? The Flame King joked, because Missy's parents, brothers, and friends were all killed by Qin Feiyang. Nonsense. Yan Wei was furious. Jianghu, who was in the spatial divine item, was furious. This was completely groundless. Yan Wei said anxiously, Don't listen to the demon ancestors' nonsense. Young master, Clang. Without waiting for Yan Wei to finish speaking, Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and a 3-foot thin sword appeared. She grabbed the thin sword and placed it on Yan Wei's neck. Yan Wei couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Without a doubt, if he dared to say another word, Lin Yi would definitely kill him mercilessly. However, why is this? Does Lin Yi really hate Qin Feiyang? Or is there another reason? Wait, did Lin Yi lose her memory? Yan Wei's eyes trembled slightly, staring at Lin Yi. His face was full of surprise. In fact, you and I both understand the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang. But now, Lin Yi doesn't remember anything. The Flame King's voice suddenly sounded in Yan Wei's mind. She really lost her memory? Yan Wei was taken aback. She has forgotten all her previous memories. Now she only knows that she is the disciple of the demon ancestor. The Flame King transmitted his voice. Yan Wei said angrily, Are you the one who erased her memory? She erased her past memories by herself. The Flame King secretly said. Impossible. Yan Wei said flatly. Back then, the demon ancestor deceived her to come to Magic City and gave her a divine art. This divine art is called Art of Indifference. It has the ability to defy the heavens. The Flame King secretly said. Art of Indifference? Yan Wei frowned. Art of Indifference can make a person's talent skyrocket. Didn't you notice? Lin Yi now has the cultivation base of a pseudo-god. The Flame King transmitted his voice. Pseudo-god? Yan Wei looked up at Lin Yi, and his body trembled suddenly. Sure enough, the aura that Lin Yi exuded now was that of a pseudo-god. Although Art of Indifference can defy the heavens, it also has a terrible side effect. That is, those who cultivate Art of Indifference will gradually forget everything in the past as their cultivation base improves. The Flame King secretly said. It turns out to be like this. Yan Wei murmured. And Lin Yi lost all her memories when she broke through to the peak of 9-star combat Emperor realm. At that time, we told her that Qin Feiyang killed her family. It was the demon ancestor who saved her, accepted her as a disciple, and taught her cultivation. So now, in her heart, there is only hatred for Qin Feiyang. The Flame King secretly laughed. Damn it. Yan Wei was furious and roared, You can't even let a woman go. You bastards are really despicable. Ha! The Flame King laughed and transmitted his voice. No one forced her at the beginning. She chose Art of Indifference by herself. How can you say that we are despicable? What a joke! If you didn't deceive her and lure her to Magic City, would she cultivate art of indifference without any precaution? Yen Wei said angrily. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. But it has already happened. What can you do? Wake her up? It will never be possible. Now, she is the biggest weapon in our hands. Of course, her weapon is used to deal with you. The Flame King laughed. But he was also transmitting his voice. After all, Lin Yi was right next to him. Although she had lost her past memories, her mind was fine, so he definitely couldn't let her hear these words. As for Yen Wei, the Flame King didn't care at all. Because Lin Yi wouldn't believe what Yen Wei said at all. This is a scam. Wake up, I beg you. Yen Wei looked at Lin Yi and shouted. Clang. Sure enough, as the Flame King expected, Lin Yi not only didn't believe it, but she also wanted to kill him. The thin sword that was pressed against Yen Wei's neck moved slightly, and a line of blood immediately appeared. Seeing this, the Flame King suddenly broke out in cold sweat and shouted, Missy, you can't kill him now. But Lin Yi asked. The Flame King said, Sima Kun asked someone to send him here. Obviously, he wants to use him to deal with Qin Feiyang. You mean with the eyes of indifference? Lin Yi asked. The Flame King nodded. Lin Yi glanced at Yen Wei, then put away the thin sword. The Flame King wiped his cold sweat. Although Lin Yi was just a pawn, her position in the heart of the demon ancestor was higher than him, the god of war. Her status was even on par with Sima Kun and Sima Yuan. So for Lin Yi, he didn't dare to offend her at all. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1819. Eyes of Oblivion? Yen Wei listened to the conversation between the two, and his eyes were full of surprise. Eyes of Oblivion is Ms. Yi's battle soul. King Yen looked at Yen Wei with a smile and said. He did not transmit his voice. What kind of battle soul? Yen Wei asked. The Eyes of Oblivion is the same as the art of oblivion. It makes people forget everything. King Yen said. Forget everything? Yen Wei was shocked. Yes. But there are differences between the two. The art of oblivion will only make the cultivator lose their memory bit by bit. But Ms. Yi's Eyes of Oblivion forcibly deprives others of their memory in an instant. And anyone who is deprived of their memory will listen to Ms. Yi's words. This is the Eyes of Oblivion. King Yen smiled. What? There is such a terrifying battle soul in the world. Yen Wei was shocked. Jiang Jingyi's face turned pale when he heard King Yan's words in the space artifact. He really didn't expect Lin Yi to awaken such a terrifying battle soul. For Lin Yi, neither Jiang Jingyi nor Qin Yuan paid much attention to her. Therefore, this was the first time they heard of it. Wait. Yen Wei suddenly asked, why haven't I heard the young master and the state preceptor mention this? Your young master doesn't know about this at all. Even in the entire spiritual state at that time, except for the mermaid princess who had a good relationship with Lin Yi, no one knew about it. Because since the Eyes of Oblivion was awakened, Lin Yi has never shown this battle soul in front of others because she also knows that this battle soul is quite terrifying. If it is spread out, it may cause a fatal disaster or attract some people with bad intentions. As for the state preceptor, of course, we also intended to hide it. After all, this is not a trivial matter. King Yen secretly said. These words naturally couldn't be heard by Lin Yi. Yen Wei frowned and said, since she is in the spiritual state and has never awakened the Eyes of Oblivion, how did you know? We didn't know at first either. At first, we only went to Lin Yi and the mermaid princess to deal with Qin Feiyang. But later, under our surveillance, we accidentally overheard her conversation with the mermaid princess. When we heard about their battle soul's innate divine powers, we were also quite shocked. Then we changed our plans, using their thirst for power to lure them to demonic Dragon Island. The plan was also very successful. In the end, they all became our people. The Flame King transmitted his voice. The thirst for power, Yen Wei mumbled. There was no doubt about it. Whether it was Lin Yi or the mermaid princess, the reason why they desired strength was Qin Feiyang. They wanted to stay by Qin Feiyang's side and help Qin Feiyang. However, the fiend ancestor used this point of theirs to trick and manipulate them. Why was the human heart so sinister? Suddenly, Yenwei realized another key point and frowned. Wait, what battle soul did the mermaid princess activate? Your young master has seen her battle soul. But your young master knows nothing about her battle soul's innate divine powers. Her innate divine powers is called the Eye of Life. Once the Eye of Life is activated, it can provide a steady stream of vitality to her companions. And it's not targeted at a single person, but at a wide range. In other words, even if there are thousands of people, the Eye of Life can provide vitality at the same time. Even if the Sea of Qi is destroyed, it can be repaired instantly with the help of the Eye of Life. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as the mermaid princess is around, her companions have an immortal body. Tell me, isn't this innate divine powers terrifying? The Flame King secretly smiled proudly. Yenwei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that both Lin Yi and the mermaid princess had activated such terrifying innate divine powers. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Life, these are simply heaven-defying existences. It's quite fun to talk about it. These two golden mountains originally belonged to your young master. No one can take them away. But what's the result? Your young master doesn't know how lucky he is. He wants to leave them in the spiritual state and doesn't care about them. Now, he wants to benefit us. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Flame King secretly said, his words full of sarcasm. It's not that the young master doesn't care about them. He just doesn't want them to take risks with him. Don't say that the young master doesn't know their innate divine powers. Even if he knows, the young master will do the same. An inhumane beast like you will never understand the young master's good intentions. Yenwei said sternly. Ha! The Flame King laughed and said sarcastically, don't find excuses for his stupidity. In this world, only smart people can stand at the highest place and overlook the common people. Really? Then let's wait and see. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Will it be your demon ancestor or my young master? Yenwei sneered again and again. Okay, let's wait and see. The Flame King's eyebrows were full of disdain. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, Miss Yi, erase his memory. Wait, what about the mermaid princess? Did she also cultivate the art of indifference? Yenwei hurriedly said. She didn't. But her memory has been deprived by Miss Yi. The Flame King said. What do you mean? Does it mean that after the memory is deprived by the Eye of Oblivion, the memory will disappear forever? Yenwei was surprised. No. Lin Yi can return their memory to them. Or kill Lin Yi, and their memory will be restored. But do you think Lin Yi will return their memory to them now? Then there is only one way left. Kill Lin Yi, but with our protection, can you kill her? I'm guessing that even Qin Feiyang wouldn't be able to do this. The Flame King laughed secretly, revealing an expression as if victory was already in his hands. Yenwei was silent. After a while, he glanced at Lin Yi and stared at the Flame King. Young master, you can't do it, but I can. Boom. A destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Self-destruct. That's right. He chose to self-destruct without hesitation. Because the Flame King was a god of war, it was impossible for him to kill Lin Yi in front of the Flame King. Moreover, even if it was Lin Yi, he was not her opponent. So he could only use self-destruct, hoping to perish together with Lin Yi. If he did this, he might be blamed by Qin Feiyang, but he did not regret it. Because in his eyes, no matter what the relationship between Lin Yi and Qin Feiyang was, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Qin Feiyang was fine. But looking at Yenwei's self-destruction, whether it was the Flame King or Lin Yi, they were not moved at all. Their expressions were full of indifference and disdain. One of them was a god of war, and the other was a pseudo-god. Yenwei, a mere war emperor, wanted to self-destruct in front of them. Wasn't this a fool's dream? However, just as the Flame King was about to make a move and destroy Yenwei's Sea of Qi, an invisible force emerged, and Yenwei immediately disappeared from their sight. The Flame King was taken aback. Lin Yi also frowned. Boom. The Flame King came back to his senses and immediately released his divine sense. But in the cultivation room, he found nothing. What happened? The Flame King was surprised as he stepped out of the cultivation room. He looked at the empty corridor and the half-closed door of the demonic pagoda. He then waved his hand and the demonic pagoda's door closed with a loud bang. Following that, divine sense enveloped the entire first floor of the demon tower, but he still found nothing. Lin Yi also walked out of the cultivation room, stood next to the Flame King and asked, "Did you find it?" The Flame King shook his head. "It seems that they have escaped before you closed the demon tower's door. But why didn't you close the demon tower's door when you came in before?" Lin Yi said angrily. The Flame King smiled bitterly and said, "How would I know that he has accomplices? Don't make excuses for your mistakes. I will report this matter to my master later." Lin Yi said, "Mister, I will chase after them right away." The Flame King's face changed and said hurriedly, "Then why aren't you going?" Lin Yi shouted. The Flame King nodded repeatedly and opened the demon tower's door again. Divine sense enveloped all directions, searching while rushing toward the secret passage. What a useless waste. Lin Yi snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to the cultivation room. She sat cross-legged on the futon and continued to meditate with her eyes closed. But the two did not know. Yan Wei and Jianghu did not leave. They were in the cultivation room at this moment. Inside the space divine item, Yan Wei glared at Jianghu and said, "Brother Jiang, what are you doing? What if your whereabouts are exposed?" "Don't worry, with the hidden soul stone, they can't find us. But you are too impulsive. You actually self-destructed. Have you ever thought that your self-destruction can't kill Lin Yi at all? After all, she now has the cultivation of a pseudo-god." Jiang Jingyi said, "How can I not know? But what can I do? Do I just watch the demon ancestor use her to deal with the young master? You also know the young master's character. He definitely can't kill Lin Yi, so I might as well take the risk." Yan Wei sighed. Jiang Jingyi couldn't help but be absent-minded when he heard it. What kind of charm does Qin Feiyang have? He actually made this person so loyal that he even sacrificed his life? Have you ever thought that if Lin Yi really died under your self-destruction, Qin Feiyang might blame you? Jiang Jingyi asked calmly. "I thought about it, but it doesn't matter." Yan Wei said. "What a loyal and iron-blooded man." Jiang Jingyi sighed secretly. Yan Wei looked at Lin Yi in the picture, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said, "Now that the Flame King is not here, it is a good opportunity. Send me out quickly. I have said that your self-destruction can't kill her. Why are you so stubborn? I also advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible because I can't do this. I want to keep you as a talent for Qin Feiyang." Jiang Jingyi snorted coldly. If such a loyal person were to sacrifice himself here, wouldn't it be a pity? Then what do you say? Yan Wei looked at him angrily.